What is no idea?
President office nilli ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಒಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ president ನೀನ್ ತಲೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ Good afternoon, President.
Yes. Good afternoon, President, and good afternoon, Advisor.
Loudly,
Sir.
no?
Yes.
Yeah. Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kirtan. Good afternoon, students. We welcome you to the First Knowledge Workshop for MANTHAN 2024. This knowledge workshop will be for 2 days, today and tomorrow afternoon, 2 to 6 p.m. It has been curated exclusively for you with speakers from the industry, from the incubation centers and all experts, so that you can learn from this workshop and rebuild your business plan and present it to us. So to start the workshop, we have our president, Mr. Ramesh Chandra Lahoti, President FKCCI, who will do the welcome address today. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
2 मिनट ना कोई आवाज आटो अढ़ाई जन को बढ़ने जाए 5 मिनट अढ़ाई जन
Mr. President, Mr. Ramesh Chandra Lahoti, President FKCCI, will address the students for the welcome address now. Over to you, sir. President, sir. Did you...
President, you should address now. Correct, madam.
Mr. President, can you hear us, sir?
Sir,
Mr. President, can you hear us, sir?
audio.
Is our-
Hello. Yes, sir. Audio. Sir, is it audible now?
Our exit ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
See, you should know slowly, that the students understand who are we.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Can I start?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone. Are you audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay,
Very much.
thank you. Speakers for First Knowledge Workshop. I'm joined by my colleagues, M.G. Balakrishna, Uma Reddy Madam, my advisor, Dr. C.A. I.S. Prasad, Chairman, Kirtan Kumar, and the team members of the Manthan, Shubha Ganesh Madam, and all the committee members, incubation center heads, deans and mentors. My dear students, good afternoon and welcome to you all. On behalf of the FKCCI, I extend a warm welcome for this important 16th edition of the MANTHAN-2024. I especially welcome all our respected speakers for today's First Knowledge Workshop, which will share the knowledge and mentoring the students for the business plan before the jury in a meaningful manner. I welcome all the students who are present virtually from various institutions across Karnataka. As you are aware, Manthan is one such initiative started by FKCCI in 2009 for entrepreneurship and also to motivate the startup ventures to a platform for collective, and they're targeting the youths to present their business plans. Finally, it is like FKCCI motto is provide jobs, don't seek jobs. That is the ultimate. This is the Manthan theme, what we have created in FKCCI. Award is just a business plan, but most is to make each student for their business plan to become an entrepreneur. Startup is a buzzword, and also the entrepreneur and innovation cells. Now it is up to the generation to take the challenge, not only to help the economy grow and also benefit the society. I can proudly say the Manthan program has been very successful and giving results. Many teams from the Manthan initiatives have set up successfully self-employment ventures which are functioning well. For this year, we have received about 390 odd teams consisting about 900 plus students from various across Karnataka. I request all of you to attend this workshop as well, because it will impart you more knowledge to how to make your business plan viable and ready for the competition. I request the student community to make use of these knowledge workshops and enhance your knowledge and creativity. I wish each one of the students best of luck. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that welcome address. As you have said, all students should become job givers rather than job seekers. Hopefully, this knowledge workshop will be a step ahead in that direction. So now we have our Chairman, Manthan Committee, Mr. Kirtan Kumar, to say a few words about the workshop. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected President Ramesh Chandra Lahoti sir, our Vice President MG Balakrishna, our Vice President Madam Uma Reddy, and our advisor Dr. C.I.S. Prasad, Madam Shubha Ganesh, and all the students who are participating today. It's a great occasion as Manthan's 16th edition has started with a great widespread awareness, and today on the 16th edition of Manthan, we have almost 390 teams who have come across Karnataka from more than 150 institutions. We did travel around Karnataka. We visited our outreach programs were done at Mysore, Mangalore, and other districts of Karnataka. Through this, many of our institution stakeholders, our principals, the institution heads, managements have supported Manthan in a very supporting way. As you are aware, FKCCI is again founded by Sir M. Vishwesharaya, the most industrious man and a statesman of Karnataka, who's contributed immensely. And his vision for the chambers and also the Karnataka to create, the greatest entrepreneurs. The motive of the program has been sufficed, and also our students have been constantly from the 16th edition. The participants, whoever has participated today, has come out with their product, continued their entrepreneurship, and successfully running their organizations, their companies, their startups with profits. So today, I'm also thankful to our president for constantly supporting Manthan, and we've got extensive, the overwhelming response itself is a great response today. and we are very happy. Thank you, President Sir. And we are accompanied today by Dr. C.I.S. Prasad, who's a mentor and constantly been guiding on the designing of the program and also inviting many institutions. So as you are aware, dear students, so this is the greatest opportunity for every student possible. We have students from engineering background, we have from liberal arts, we have from law, we have from medicine, we have from many other fields who are amidst us today. So the design of the knowledge workshop has been carefully crafted by our core committee members. So today I would like to thank our core committee members, Mr. Abhishek, Mr. Shubha Ganesh Madam, Shravan, Mr. Pranam, Mr. Ankur Basin, Tejashree, and all the members, and Ms. Lakshmi, all of us have together crafted the knowledge workshop for your benefit, and these workshops will definitely make a greater difference. So as you know, the first day is going to be started with extremely wonderful. There are good speakers who are coming today. We would like to thank our speakers who have joining us today. Mr. Anindya Sen Gupta. The first session will be by CEO of Fitfire. So likewise, the next product evaluation of your idea and viability will be by Mr. Anindya Sen Gupta. Again, the product market fit by Prashant Seth. And again, we have incubators who are joining. We have CEO of STEP from JSS Mysore who is joining us today, Mr. Shiv Shankar. So likewise, Mr. Arun Kumar is also joining us today from Chief Strategist at CMR University. So likewise, Mr. Shramant, who is the Manthan past winner, who you'll be extremely happy to see the kind of product he's developed, and he will be sharing his experiences. So please do give careful attention. Keep all your phones aside. Do not think of anything. Focus on the knowledge workshop so that you have a greater experience. So post this workshop, there will be another series, a second knowledge workshop, which will be announced to you soon. So before that, there will be certain eliminations which will happen, and all those selections will happen and eliminations will happen. So dear students, make use of this knowledge workshops. Go back again. If there's any correction to your business ideas, business plan, or any kind of thing, will be, there is an opportunity for it. So good luck, dear students. Please, focus, concentrate for the next 3 hours. Wonderful sessions are here for you. Please make complete use of it. And again, I would like to thank all the institutions who have ensured that their teams have come into, they've led their teams to participate despite their busy schedules. So I would like to thank all the institution heads, the incubators, and our partners for Manthan 16th edition. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Chairman, for that wonderful introduction. As the Chairman has mentioned, we are in the 16th edition this time. Through last 15 years, we have successfully launched many students into the idea of entrepreneurship. Many of them have been successful. We would have probably interacted with almost 10,000 and more students who have gone through this business plan competition and have learned the idea of entrepreneurship and to become an entrepreneur on their own. We have our past president, Dr. C.A.I.S. Prasad, who's advisor Manthan and who successfully conducted a Manthan program 2 years ago to speak to us about Manthan and how you students have to take the knowledge workshop and go forward. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, President Sri Ramesh Chandravati, Senior Vice President N.G. Balakrishna, Vice President Umareddy, the young and dynamic Chairman of Manthan Committee Kirtan Kumar, the entire core team, and all my dear students to my heart, and all the dean and faculties who've been participated in this virtual program. To start with, I would like to always quote that PM statement that innovation is life. If there's no innovation, life is stagnant. My president of this year has some vision, and he wants to make the difference of this 16th edition when compared to all the 15th editions. Like how each one of you have innovation, always thinking the product innovations continuous journey, where we're in Bangalore, where we're in Karnataka, where all of you should know that Karnataka contributes this most startup capital across India and across the world. We have 49 unicorns from Karnataka, and 1/3 of exports been contributing from the state of Karnataka. We have 400 research centers. Why each student has to dream by staying at Karnataka? You should feel proud that Karnataka is always pointed in research. We take even Chandrayana, the recent mission of ISRO. Everything is happening. What is being stored for you when India has been trying to achieve 5 trillion economy? It's almost like now 2.87. It's like almost you have 100% of opportunities what you have. And you have seen the global market. We have the presence of Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, as first president of G20. You should all dream what you should dream. You should not limit yourself to Karnataka. You should not limit yourself to India. Like how our president says that is aspiration to make each one of you like entrepreneur to provide job. It's an opportunity for each. Like this session, knowledge workshop, and many workshop will give you insight with the research. We've been had several rounds of discussion even to bring the best speakers, the topics which you think that you may have, each individual have innovation center, each institution, but certainly a collectively as FKCCI with hundreds of existence serving the industry trade will have so many things. What as a past president of Chartered Accountant can assure you that each one of you should take you the benefit immensely, factor it when your business plan, face it with jury, interact with mentor, make sure that you also become one of the unicorn in state of Karnataka. We at FKCCI, through the president and all the office bearers, through the committee will help you to get funding, to get incubation and whatnot. I wish and would like to see each one of you in a flying colors. And I think my president vision of making everyone an entrepreneur of these 396 teams, I would like to see the 396 become entrepreneurs will support. With this, I think I congratulate the president of FKCCI for a new innovating. He has also opened one more vertical. I think Chetan can brief what all the other verticals will come. So I have make use of workshop and this is going to help you benefit factory. We have a team of chartered accountants, we have a team of consultants, we have a team of venture capitalists, we have got incubation centers, anything. Right from if you've been selected in the top, you'll get incubation and also you get the seed money up to like 25 lakh to 50 lakhs from Government of India. So take use of benefit is going to be a dream to make your fulfilled dream into reality. You must step forward, take every minute how to innovate. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Advisor Mr. I.S. Prasad, for that wonderful words to our students. So students, you all have submitted your business plans. Is your idea viable? Are you sure? So we have our expert, industry expert here to take a session, first knowledge session on evaluating your idea for viability. So how do you discover your customer for your idea? What are the market segments? How do you look at customers for your idea? So these are the topics on which he will talk today. The expert we have called today for the first session is Anindya Sengupta. He is the founder and CEO of Fitfire Consumer Private Limited. He's an expert on FMCG and he's a chartered accountant and MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He's worked for 9 years in ITC food division and later on moved to a company called Happylo. That company was in a dry fruit company. And after that, he has moved on to create his own company called Fitfire Consumer Private Limited, which is into packaged food sector and aims to be one of the largest food companies in India within the next 7 to 8 years. So Mr. Anindya Sengupta brings the expertise of being a chartered accountant and an MBA from IIM, and also an industry expertise of 11 years to tell you how to evaluate your idea for viability. Welcome, sir. Over to you for taking the session.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. And thanks to the FKCCI organizing team for inviting me as a speaker. So I'm very glad to see there are 600 participants in the Zoom meeting call. So many students from across Karnataka have joined this. So I'm pleased to have a discussion with that. So I would like to have this as an interactive discussion. So I have not prepared a long presentation or something because then the entire focus goes on to that only. So I will discuss basis my learnings also and my previous experience. So as the students, you have already got the introduction. So I have worked in a professional setup earlier before starting my own company. So being a chartered accountant, and also after that I had worked for 10 years in the corporate, and especially my biggest learning I've got from ITC in food division, where they had the Ashirwad Atta, Sunfish biscuit, Ippi noodles, and various food products. And then when I joined another company as CFO after that, then I was able to use my industry experience, then my education qualification and my personal attributes. Like I know personally which are my strengths and weaknesses, which so basis that I have identified that within packaged food industry where I have 10 years of experience, I will be creating this company FitFair Consumer, and under FitFair I will have multiple product categories and brands which will be bringing out to find out the various basis of customers and geographical preferences around. So basis the topic which has been given to me, that is evaluating your idea for validity. So I will briefly also touch up how I also thought about what idea should be there for startup, because ultimately most people they spend a lot of time identifying which idea is something which is viable and which can be scaled up, because there are many ideas which are very innovative, but then it should have some potential for scaling up to generate revenue, and within limited time, whether 6 months or 1 year or 2 3 years, it should have the capacity to become sustainable. Sustainability mainly in a business sense means profitability, means the company should be able to make a profit and then grow on its own, and also take venture capital, private equity and all to help it sustain. So if I say for idea generation, the most important thing is identifying your customer. Like if you're trying to set up a FMCG company, then you should know where your customer resides, which geographical segment you are trying to means position your product. So since most of you are students, some of you would have studied in B schools also, and some are from engineering background. So if I say like when I studied in IIM Ahmedabad also, which is the top B school of the country, ultimately what I understood is the basic fundamentals and concepts are same. Whether you are working in a corporate or you are studying in a B school, you understand the concepts. So one basic concept of marketing and business is STP, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So you will have to identify the business segment or geographical segment you want to operate. So it can be basis whether you want to sell your product or service within Karnataka or within India or entire world, which areas. And if it is, then you have to go macro. First macro level you have to do like what is your 1 year plan, 5 year plan, 10 year plan, to which geographies you want to expand, and then you go in detail within that. Like within Karnataka itself, then you identify key I will get enter urban or rural areas, and within rural whether I want to enter into cities or towns which have population of more than 50,000, less than 50, or more than 1 million. So that is how you first have to do the segmentation. And also basis one is geography, another is basis your income levels, like whether you want to target the high income people or middle class or lower middle class or the poor. One main issue with having segmentation and targeting for the poor people is that they are only able to afford the basic livelihood. So effectively, in general, it is told that in India, only 1/3 of the population has the buying power to purchase anything beyond their daily needs, like other than their food grains or oil or this. If you are in that segment only, then you can target the lower middle poor sections also. Otherwise, as a consumer company or a IT company, it's generally middle class and above, where because they can pay for the product or services and will not just want it for free. So that is how you have to first do the segmentation. Then is important thing is targeting. So who is your target customer? That you will have to find out and visualize effectively. Like in my case, if I say for FitFat consumer, we have introduced a brand called NutriBinge. That is for nuts, dry fruits, and healthy snacking. So our targeting we have done for college students and working professionals, people of the 18 to 24 age. TG is our top TG, and also expand like people who are into the workforce who want to have healthy snacking and all, so they can also consume. But we have not kept it that wide that it covers entire population. So our social media promotions and various advertisements, as and when we have more budget, will do more amplification, then we might spend on TV, then IPL also after a few years. So, but we should know who is our target customer and what is the persona of the customer. So you have to identify, like effectively for Nutribin, you identify three persona types, like someone who is a college student wanting to become IAS officer or say chartered accountant, or wanting to go into say good institution and company. So they are one of the target customers. Another is a person who is already working in a company. He wants to become CEO, he or she wants to become CEO or wants to become entrepreneur. So most of you here want to become entrepreneurs. So effectively, you are also like a target group who want to grow in the career, achieve the ambition. And third is working sportsmen also, like who are young people who want to get into the Olympics or Commonwealth Games or this. So they are also people who want to stay fit or lead an active lifestyle. So we have identified these as a TG. Similarly, when you are evaluating your TG or when you are preparing business plan, you identify what is your target group, whom the products or services will be targeted. So effectively, broadly, also one can do business channel, like it can be a B2B business, or it can be a B2C business, or B2G business. So B2G means business to government. So like that, you have to identify, and within that, some would be B2B, B2C, like depends, like for FMCG company, there are multiple channels. It can be e-commerce channel is one. Another is quick commerce channel like Blinkit, Zepto. Another is modern trade like the Reliance and Spar, Spencer. Similarly, another channel is if you say general trade, which is a local kirana stores, mom and pop stores, in which maximum of India's population purchases from the general trade. So this is how you identify what are the various channels, but ultimately through these channels, you are selling to the ultimate customer. So you have to identify the personality, then persona, and build the products and services targeted for that. So this is how you have to identify the customer for your idea who will purchase for that. So any questions? Anyone wants to tell anything? Okay, and then I will move forward. So effectively, I was referring to the various concepts which can be applied. So one was STP, as I told, and then another is 4P. I think some of you would have read about that in your thing, and also especially those who are preparing the business plan. This is one of the mandatory aspects, like 5P, 5C, and 4P. For those who are not aware, just I will clarify. So 4P refers to product, promotion, price, and place. So effectively, what is our product and what is the promotion you will be doing for, what is this one? Whiteboard, I can see. What is the product, then what is the promotion you will be doing for selling the product or service, and important thing is the pricing, whether you are positioning it as a mass premium product or massy product or luxurious product. So it depends upon which type of customers you're targeting. So pricing has to be appropriate for that, and also it has to be appropriate for the channel. So place in 4Ps and reporting to which channel you're selling. So it can be channel specific strategy. Like if you're selling in the general trade, smaller SKUs will be operating more if it is a FMCG product. Like example is Chick shampoo. They started selling at 1 rupee. Similarly, various companies and even as a product, Lays and everything are available at 5 rupee, 10 rupee for the general trade and kirana stores. But in online, one cannot sell at 5 rupee, 10 rupee because the shipping cost, logistics cost is there, commission is there. So one is to sell at more than 200 rupees size. So automatically the size of the product increases. So such that the selling price is more than 200 rupees so that it is sustainable. So it is not a one size fits all. It has to be channel specific strategy, and product pricing, promotion, everything has to be dependent upon that. So that is one concept, and another is 5C concept, like who is the customer, what is the company, like what are the strengths and weaknesses of the company. So it depends upon that also. Whether it is a manufacturing company, then always the focus will be on the manufacturing the products at the lowest cost. because you own the supply chain and you can do backward integration. But if it is a more of a brand and is so focus is more on selling and ensuring the sales are picking the highest. So that is so 5C if it refers to the customer, competition, company, then context and collaborator. Like if you're selling through Amazon, so Amazon is a collaborator. If then the marketing agencies will be a collaborator. Like through them you design the various marketing this pictures and on this post on social media. So you have to identify those things. So these are very important when you're crafting your business plan, like what is the customer and what is the 5P, 4C. You can thought it's not required that you have to put it in the same framework only, but when you're thinking about it with your team members, then you have to delve over this thing. And then one very important thing is for the idea, as I told, it can be a very innovative idea, or the idea is product differentiation might not be there, but there can be a process differentiation. The same thing you're selling in a different manner, or the process is different. So that is one. And also the business model can be different. Like many people will say that in dry fruits or say nuts, already so many companies are there. What is so different? Why you are able to say enter into this very means competitive thing and scale up. But from my perspective, I have focused on building good team. So I have taken people from ITC, then from various good companies like Nestle, HUL and all. And I have built system from the beginning, SAP and all. So in that way, we have been able to scale up. Like within 1 year, we have reached 2 crores monthly net sales. So almost 25 crores is the annualized revenue in such a competitive market. So I am confident with this, we'll be able to scale up and become one of the largest players in this field in the next few years. So it might not have to be, the product has to be out of this world, or it has been a like a rocket science. It can be simple product also which others are offering, but it has to be a little different, and you have to identify the white space where you can sell. So some people have raised a hand, like one is Kedha, I can say. So you can ask your question. Another person also has raised the hand. So the host can allow them to unmute.
You tell him it's unmuted.
Okay. Now, if anyone has a question, you can ask. One person had raised a hand.
Yeah, students who have raised your hand, if you want to ask questions, please do. Yes, please. Anybody has questions?
Okay, someone had written in the chat box also. Srinidhi, and yeah, please ask.
Production biotechnic, production bioplastic.
Mr.
Sunil Uppar. Sunil Uppin, you raise your hand, please ask question now.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Anindya. Hello, am I audible?
Go ahead, it's audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. My question was, Mr. Anindya, if you could quickly also touch base on how the segmentation process would work for startups in the B2B space, in addition to the B2C, because there are a few startups, I think, here, including mine, the idea, where we're actually selling to other businesses. And as you mentioned, e-commerce is one of them. So if you could quickly go over, how the segmentation process or the targeting process for that would work, and that would be really good.
Sir, you're not audible.
Please unmute, sir. Unmute.
Yeah. Sorry, it had gone on mute. So I was telling, like, one is to identify, like, within e-commerce also, there are various channels which are into B2C, like Amazon, Flipkart and all. But there are B2B e-commerce companies also, through which one can sell. As a consumer sector, if I say, it's like Udan or Jumbo Tail are there, or industrybuying.com. Similarly, in B2B SaaS, especially, so many companies have started, especially like, say, Zetwork or Inframarket. Like example, if I say, if say for steel or cement or this, for that also many companies have come up, like Zetwork and all. So effectively, one is to identify, one is through Google, ChatGPT and all, identify who are the various channels or e-commerce players which do B2B. And then you have to get in touch with their team, like whether it can be various things like fintech, edtech, or various B2B SaaS, as you told. So it depends upon the product and service which one is offering and which are channels. So first one is to identify that, but then one important thing, segmentation and all can be applied here. Like one is geographical segmentation, so whether you want to sell within India or outside, or within India also, if it is region specific thing. So that type of thing, it depends upon the product which you are selling. Like ideally, which type of customer will pay for such product. So the e-commerce channel is just a medium through which you are selling. But ultimately, B2B customer also, like example, if you are selling to IT companies like Accenture or and this one, TCS, Infosys. So you have to identify what is the requirement, whether your product is adding to their convenience or reducing their cost, because it can be either cost optimization project or revenue maximization thing, and what benefit it is adding. So you will have to identify the channels through which you will be reaching to them. So target segmentation broadly, geographical, then basis for B2B, if I say, you have to identify whether you are selling to large corporates or SMEs, small and medium enterprises, or it can be even a local kirana store. So they are not very small, because you might have some product which is like a tool for selling by the kirana stores. So yours can be that also. So basis that, you will have to identify what is the mode of channel through which you will be reaching to those type of people or customers. So broadly, you have to do the segmentation and targeting there. So effectively, what applies to B2C, that also applies to B2B. Like for B2B, then you will have to identify, like, if example, SME sector is the TG effectively. Then within SMEs, you have to identify which are the ideal SMEs who pay for such type of products which you are building. So basis that, you have to identify which industry they are available and what is the ideal turnover. Like if you're looking for early stage startups, or within that also someone who is already has a vintage of more than 5 years or 10 years. So you'll have to do all the persona of the customer similarly. And basis that, you have to narrow down on what are the B2B customers where you can approach. So leads and all, you'll have to find out, like either one can approach to email, cold emails also, or through networking events, or applying on the website, and for this. So through that, one can do. Hope you understand. Yeah, Darshan has also raised his hand.
Yes, Mr. Darshan, do you like to ask any question?
Okay. Then we can go ahead. I think it doesn't. So basis whatever we saw, one important thing is we should also identify what are the global contexts and what is the macroeconomic environment, because ultimately that also has a lot of roles to play to. So like currently, if I say, since all of you are thinking of startups and going into entrepreneurship, like similarly what I have also entered into. So it also depends what is the macroeconomic environment. Like now you would have heard about funding winter, like in 2022 second half and 2023. there was a funding winter. Little is still there. So in that time, it was difficult to raise funds, or if the funding is also raised, it is at a lower valuation. So one has to pay in mind that similarly for B2B business, that is very important, because ultimately the customers or the clients who will be purchasing your products, if they don't have the purchasing power, then you will not be able to sell a very costly item to them, or something which is like a luxury as of now. Very relevant example is like a consulting industry. Like so many people want to aspire to go into McKinsey, BCG, Bain and all. But for the last 1.5 to 2 years, consulting companies are having a very hard time. They are not getting many projects, because the companies which appoint the consulting companies, they are not having the excess money to spend on consulting, because the fee itself would be say 2 crores, 5 crores for a project. So instead of giving to consultant, they are retaining and keeping it in the reserves. So automatically, and these companies are now also resorting to layoffs, or putting people on the bench. So it's very important to know the global context, and what is the economic cycle one is in. Basis that one is to pitch to the customers also, or to the investors. So ultimately, everything is like identifying what is the macroeconomic environment and identifying the need of the customer. Yeah, Aman Chandra has raised his hand. Do you want to ask? Aman, you have any question?
Aman,
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah,
yes.
you're audible.
Sir, I'm a student from RB University in Bangalore only. Like we have developed a product for hospitals, and we have already completed the prototype. And now, can you give some suggestions or ideas how to proceed further? Like the product is mainly for hospitals.
Okay, understood. So the hospitals also, like all type of hospitals can use your product, or it's like say big hospitals or small, depends upon that also. Like it is which type of product? Like for hospital, tech product or what?
Actually, I think all our students struggle with the ability to where to start to evaluate the idea. So if you can generally give for overall, how does a person start off, like how Aman is asking now, so that
Understood.
they can get an idea where to start evaluating their
Okay,
idea
sure.
which they have.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you.
So since you have identified their product is for hospitals, so one important thing is to identify what are the type of hospitals you want to target. One is whether hospital chain or individual thing, and then so one is identifying the market. So as I was telling, one has to, as a general principle, one has to update what is the TAM, total available market. So as a product, you have to identify like if hospitals in India can use the product. So broadly, how many hospitals are there? What is the current product which they're using, if it is a tech product or any other product? So identify what is the overall industry size. So it is very important to know the industry size, whether it is a very niche size, like it can be only a industry size of only 50 crores, some products. So then the problem is that even if you start a product or service in that, and some other brands are, some other products are available, then it becomes very difficult to scale up. So one has to know what is the industry size. So it depends upon in which industry one is there, and then identify which are the type of customers which are paying. Like within hospital also, example, since we are speaking about that, you have to identify who makes the decision to purchase this, whether it is a head doctor or a purchase officer is there, if it is a supply of various things, or IT department makes that thing. So basis that once you do the industry sizing, then identify a list of various hospital chains and all which are available in the market. And basis that, then you start, if the prototype is there, and if you're based out of Bangalore, so it is best if you're able to approach hospitals in Bangalore which are willing to means take your product, And since it's a prototype, you can give it for free for trial purposes. They can use the product for some weeks or months, and basis that they can give a opinion and feedback whether it is meeting the requirements or any improvement can be there. So especially for a tech product or something which requires technology, it's very important to get the customer feedback and make the changes. So the concept of MVP, minimum viable product, also comes into the picture. Like what is the basic requirements are required, and then you work on the changes which are required to be done on that, so that customers are willing to pay for the product. So broadly, if I say, one is to do the industry sizing, identify the various B2B customers in this space and all, and then you have to take the practical approach. If you are able to find a customer based out of Assam, like hospital, you cannot go and meet them frequently. So it's better to find out nearby only, so that you can also see how the users are using the product, and if the feedback is there, any modifications to be done and corrections, you will have to get it done at the earliest. So that is how one has to do the ideation and identifying the customer set. Hope I am able to give the possibility. Anyone else? Satvik has also raised.
Who's the next person?
Satvik Narayan.
That's green person.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Sir,
Yeah, hi, Satvik.
as my question is, sir, that there are a few products so basically I am developing a software product for fast food restaurants. So my question is mainly that there are usually some products which we can't generate IP from, like we can't have a patent or a copyright, and sometimes it becomes an issue when we are trying to pitch it in front of someone. So there'll be like their common question would be like, what is your defensibility against? So
Correct.
my question is, how do you tackle those questions? And like in general, when we have a product such which cannot be made IP, how do we go about it?
Yeah. So yeah, very valid question. Yeah. So in not everything you can get a trademark or a patent in a product patent or process patent. In that, mainly you'll have to show through your execution effectively. So that's why ideally you should try to get one or two customers initially who are like your hero customers, and if you're able to satisfy their needs properly, then they can give a reference also, like various especially B2B companies and IT companies. For them, it is very important to get a reference and good no recommendation note from their client. So that is basically the way in which they're able to access other clients. Then they will say, example, ABC is my client. I was able to deliver this product. They are very happy with this, and they're able to save their cost or improve the efficiency. Or if it's a fast food chain example, they were able to do the turnaround and billing very fast compared to the existing thing. So that is how you'll be able to provide. So one is you have to show tangible benefits, like this leads to this much savings, or example, one or two things. What is the USP of a product effectively? That you'll have to show, and also give references. So that's why ideally one should try to get the product sold to at least one or two good customer in the beginning. Even if it is for low cost, one should not try to make a huge profit on the initial thing. Even if it is just meeting your cost, one should do. And in some cases, if you find that, example, if it is like a McDonald's, it's such a huge chain. So one should be able to do it lower than cost also in the beginning, because once you are able to crack that account, automatically so many people or customers, they'll be willing to pay for your product. So it's case to case basis. I cannot give a generic this thing, but yeah, it depends on so it's not necessary everywhere you should have a trademark or IP. Without that also, through if you're able to prove the benefits and have the appreciation note or anything from your past client, that will be very helpful. Yeah, Pawan, you have a question.
Yes, sir. So a couple of us, over here have this business which is of seasonal based business. For example, if we're starting with our own agency or consultancy agency as a business, If it's about, let me give you an example. If you're starting something about interview preparation for different kind of colleges, if you're doing that particular thing, it's basically a seasonal based business. So how do you think, can you provide us some kind of advice for all of us, who have basically been opting for different kind of seasonal based business? How do you think we can survive? One, and how do you think we can grow the existing model of the business for all of us, generally, collectively, for all those who have been focusing on seasonal based business?
Yeah, that is also true, especially for agri-related products or various other things. Seasonality plays a major role. So one major thing is that you have to make use of the season to maximize the benefits. Like in some of the businesses, they have season for 3 or 4 months only. So the industry players, they try to do something business in such a way, like they plan much in advance, identifying what are the bottlenecks in the system, because many times it happens that during the season you get the demand but you are not able to supply the requirements. So for that you will have to plan much in advance, ensure there is not much opportunity loss in terms of season, and maximize the season whichever is coming. So one is that, and other than that, one should also try to diversify. So effectively, like as a young entrepreneur in the beginning, 1 or 2 seasons ideally you should observe and make the best of that. But to grow further, because during the season many other competitors will also come. So you will also try to diversify into adjacent categories. Like if say example, if it is a dry fruit example only, my example, if I say many companies, they have the festive season spike during the Diwali, then the Shera and everything, but after that it goes down. But this was my first year of Diwali. So what I did was that I didn't rely that much on it. So during the season we scaled up 3x, but to ensure even after that we are able to sustain that spike in the sale, we also introduced new channels like general trade channel, and introduced smaller packs for the general trade. So that's why during the festive season we know that gifting and dry fruit gift boxes will sell. After that it don't sell. But during that time we will be able to sell the small 5 rupee, 10 rupee, 20 rupee price point products, which doesn't depend upon season. Though it is a dry fruit, but it will act as a snacking product during off season. And that's why you should also identify avenues so that you are not dependent upon anything. Because if it is related to some supply chain constraints, like say example, if it is agriculture related thing, crop is damaged and the prices go haywire or supply is not there, then it becomes very difficult to sustain. So my suggestion would be to identify adjacent categories where which is not seasonal, or they're having season in different, like instead of quarter 3, which is for the main product, their main season is quarter 1 or quarter 2. So that at least for 7-8 months of the year, you are in peak sale. Yeah. Chaitra has also lifted.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, how can we optimize our financial strategies to maximize growth and minimize risks in our business or idea?
That is ultimately for every, whether large company, small company, that is very important. So effectively, broadly, if I say, since I'm a chartered accountant and I was finance head of Happy Law, then before that in ITC. So effectively, that's why you should prepare a business plan and the P&L effectively for the next 1 year in detail and next 5 years also. So broadly, you will be able to identify how much will be the top line, how much will be the cost of delivering this, what is the cost of goods sold, and what is your selling expenses or admin expenses. So it is very important to identify, like if you are able to sell, example, it's a 10 crore equivalent next year, whether you'll be making a profit or loss, and even if it is loss, whether the gross margin is positive and then contribution margin. So various metrics are there depending upon the industry. So you should first of all, depending upon your industry, you should identify what are the key matrices, like what is the gross margin for a consumer business, gross margin, then cost of acquisition, that is the marketing cost, then freight cost, and that is why the net margin also. Those things are very important. So one should know those matrices, and that's why prepare the business plan, whether what level there will be break even, whether it is year 1 or year 3. At least one should know that and work towards that. because especially in the current scenario where funding winter had come, now it's improving, but then also all the investors are wanting to know what is the path to profitability, because it's not like the 2021 cases, like they are willing even after 10 years, 15 years, the profit comes, they're fine. So here it's not growth at all costs. So automatically, Chetra, I would suggest you prepare business plan, especially simple one. What is the turnover? What are the costs? And what will be profitability? If it is loss, within how many years, at what business scale you'll be able to achieve the profitability, that any investor or even when you're making the business plan here for pitching, the panel will ask about that. Yeah, Anzil, you have one question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah,
I have a question if there is a company which provides the similar products and services as our company, so how will we will be maximize our profits? Can you provide
sorry, I
some
can't hear.
information regarding
Please repeat the question.
there's a company which provides same services as our company.
Okay.
So what are the process that a company can maximize its profits against similar providing services?
Yeah, so it depends upon, like there can be tens of companies or hundreds of companies which are providing the similar service, but then you have to identify how you will provide it different. Same service, whether you can provide at lesser cost, or if you can also charge premium if you are able to create a brand for your thing. Like initially it will be a little time taking, but once you are able to show that your product has better quality, consistency, and this price, it is attractive product, like packaging is good and all, so one can start charging premium also for that. So it doesn't mean that all the products will be selling at the same price and have the same type of growth. So it also depends upon, one is pricing, product and everything, and also the management team, like you as a founder, that is one differentiator. Like if you are able to think big, have good system processes, and like example, in my case, I have implemented SAP ERP, which other startups implement after 5 years or 10 years. I have implemented from day one, because I knew I will have 100 SKUs of my product within 1 year. And if I'm using Tally or normal accounting software for this, I will not be able to scale up beyond a point. So it's like that. So it depends upon the founder how much he is willing to spend or what budget he has. So automatically, ultimately, broadly, if I say, basis my experience of 11 years in corporate and then studying in IIM Ahmedabad and working on the case studies with various professors and all. So ultimately, in the long run, it depends upon the management and the founder. So even if the same product is being sold, if the strategy is correct and you are working with a plan to achieve this thing, you can always outperform your competitors. So team building skills and all will also have a lot of difference. And just I'll give, so in some companies, same thing, if the work culture is not good, employees will come and go, it will be stagnant effectively, because a replacement will come after 2 months. Again, he will spend 3-4 months learning again this thing. But if you are able to build a good team and have very less attrition, then you can scale up. People will have more delegation of authority, they will take power, and they will be loyal to the company. So this simple thing also helps to create a differentiation.
I think we have one last question from Manok now.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, my question is, for a tech-enabled business.
Voice is feeble.
Yeah,
Can louder.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, please speak a little louder.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, you can.
Sir, my question is, for a tech-enabled business, say for example, Swiggy, Zomato, Blinkit kind of businesses, where it is completely depend on tech, and the most problem is delivering of services. So what are the steps we need to take, and how can we scale our business?
Yeah, so Swiggy, Zomato and all, if you're telling, so those are like a multi-level platform. So there, for scaling up, it is very important to have scaling up in both the sides, both the demand side and supply side. Example, in case of Swiggy, it's very important to have a wide network of restaurants also, which are catering to that. So that's why supply side they are working. Similarly, on the demand side, they are working to increase the marketing spends and all to attract more customers to their platform. So for any tech-based thing, for a multi-sided platform, it's very important to work on all the sides, whether demand or supply. And the tech should be such robust that even if there is 10x or 100x spike in the volumes, the tech doesn't go for a toss. That used to happen earlier when Flipkart big billion day sale and all. So they used to work both from the seller side as well as for the customer side. So that is how one is able to scale. Okay. So I think the time is over now.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Mr.
thanks a
Anindya
lot.
Sen Gupta,
Yeah.
founder and CEO of Fitfire. And unique thing is, I mean, differentiators, you're a chartered accountant and startup founder working in FMCG from a long time. And you've been in the food business. So I'm sure startups are students who would wish to start business in food, FMCG. They've had great insights. And dear students, as you're aware, the prize money of Manthan winner is 10 lakhs. And going ahead,
Very
we will
nice.
have, because as you know, being a startup founder to raise capital is, you know how difficult it is. But here at FKCCI, we've made great provision and the prize money can go up as we have greater sponsors coming in. So thank you, students too. Keep buzzing with more questions and our founders are waiting for more and more questions. So thank you, Mr. Anindya Sen Gupta, for making time for our students of Manthan. We're really honored to have you and would like to, our students will definitely get connected with you again.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you so much.
It
And
was
we thank
nice
you from
meeting you all.
FKCCI.
So you can get in touch with me through LinkedIn. And you can post message there also. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you,
Yeah.
Madam Shubha.
Dear students, I hope you liked the first session. It was pretty interactive with a lot of questions coming in from your side. That was good. So please keep it going for the next session. We have Mr. Prasanta Sheth, who's a software industry professional with 25 years of experience. He's worked in top companies like SAP, Yahoo, Business Objects, Geo, Inuit, and Sabre, leading large products with millions of users worldwide. So here's to talk to you about product market fit, how an entrepreneur can identify a need in the market and build the solutions that customer wants to buy. So please keep going with the questions. We have got a great expert here to talk to you about it. Welcome, Mr. Prasanta Sheth. We are very honored to have you here to talk to students. We have over 600 people attending, more than 600. I think around 700 students attending it. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to FKCCI leadership and Manthan organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to talk to all of you. 600 plus participants, like students in a entrepreneurship program is is just going to do wonders to India. Like basically, this is exactly what we need in the upcoming generation. That we need to become employers, and the innovation leaders going forward. So, yeah, great. So my topic is product market fit. Anindya already covered a lot of it. It is going to be a subset of that. So I'll just take you through this topic, and then and please raise any questions. This is an interactive session. I'm on my phone. I can't see your hands, but I think somebody can help me with that. So yeah. So here, so product market fit, I put there a nut and a wrench. The main reason is that that's exactly how a product market fit works, right? It should be, if you have a great fit, then your product will be really, really successful in the market. If you don't, then that may not be, there may not be a lot of uptake on that, right? So that's the reason. And most of us, we who have been through engineering, we already know first year of engineering, you have to do the engineering drawing where you first draw a nut in the perspective projection, right? So that's the reason I put it there. So great. So let's move on to the next slide. So Can somebody please advance to the next slide, please? Yeah, just the next slide number 2, please.
Yes, sir.
Next slide.
Next slide. Next topic. Yeah.
Okay, great. So now you have figured out, India has given you all the details about a lot of questions about products and everything. You want to launch a product, right? So there are varying degrees of how a product gets into a market, how how well it meets the customers' demands, customers' needs, customers' wants, and how well it may not even be needed by the market, right? So if you see, like in the last 5 to 6 years, there have been a lot of car brands that have left India. They came, they did some business for a few years and then they left. Was that because the product was not good? No, they have been successful brands elsewhere. That's why they came here. They wanted to be successful here, but then they had to leave the country, exit the market, because they could not sell anymore those cars here. That's because the pricing was different, the taxes were different here, the customer needs are different, the way we drive are different, so many things, right? The traffic conditions are different. You can see, there are so many parameters to introduce a new product into your market. So that's when a good product comes into the market. It basically meets a lot of needs, and as a result, customers just grab onto it. So that's why here I have a pictured scale here, like in the slides. So when there is a good fit, product meets the needs of the customers well, and customers are willing to pay for it. Okay, so there are some products which are free. I'll not go into that one for now. So customers are willing to pay, and the company is able to make the revenue, right? When there is a great fit, means it's better than good. So then in that case, product basically exceeds what the market needs. And in that case, customers want to buy and they want to refer to other customers, which is basically you convert your customers into fans, right? So they refer to you. And when it is a perfect fit, it means it is basically delighting the customers. It's way more than a great product. It creates a ripple effect. It's a disruptor, and it creates some kind of new needs. It creates a partner ecosystem. It creates a paradigm change. So now this is basically a long-term successful product. There are so many products like this, right? So when we go back, I don't know, many of you young folks don't know about the origin of iPhone, for instance, right? So that's a perfect fit product. Okay. So like that, so it creates an ecosystem. It creates a long-term success for the company. So when at the same time, a product market fit is not well devised, then it will be very hard to find customers. And as a result, the company has to wind down and has to, get out of that business and eliminate the product from their market. So there are products who have left the market like this as well. So even though I'm from software background, so I have seen observing the product market fit, topic from various dimensions. It could be real estate, it could be healthcare, it could be, FMCG sector, it could be IT, it could be any other sector, right? So even another example is filament bulbs. Another example is compact fluorescent lights, right? That we all used in the past. So like that, over time also a product's fit, a product that is really good into the market today can become unfit over time as well. Remember BlackBerry? How many of you remember BlackBerry? So BlackBerry was once a market leader. Today, very, very few people have even heard about it, right? So that's why product market fit is not a one-time exercise. It's a continuous activity. So yeah, let me take you to the next step of this one. So next slide, please. Yeah, great. So when you get the fit right, what happens? You will be called forerunner. You are the market leader. You are the innovator. You are the disruptor. You have changed the paradigm of how you see it. For instance, when Microsoft launched, .NET platform, it was a market shift. It was a paradigm shift for the entire software industry. So similarly, the success also is going to be extremely viral because you don't have to sell yourself directly. As a result, the uptake is really high and cost of sales is very low. Like, think about WhatsApp. How many of you were using SMS previously, and suddenly when WhatsApp came up, lots of people jumped onto it, right? So, and then because of that, you increase the customer loyalty. Customers are going to stick with you because you are doing a lot of innovation. You are doing a lot of market disruption. So that's why you are the market leader and they feel safe. The customer's psychological safety is very high when it is a perfect fit product. When it's a great fit product, it's exactly similar, but there's a little bit of lower there because there's more competition. As you come down the scale, there's better competition or advanced competition that can take your market share. As a result, every company wants to go from good to great to perfect. Okay, so therefore, in case of great fit kind of scale, I've just made up this one. These are not kind of academically rated scales. I just want to differentiate between different fit in the product segments. So you have partners, you have competition, you have a good amount of customer expectations because there are some gaps in your product. You have some kind of followers, you can have some kind of referrals, but it is still not as high as a perfect fit product. So therefore, your marketing cost also comes down a little bit, but it is not kind of very, very optimal. When you have good fit, basically, here is one thing. This is basically your entry strategy. When you enter a product with a good fit, you have to perfect that trade. If not, you will be left behind. So as a result, you will fall behind in the competition. As a result, your customer retention will be a challenge. And if you don't really renew your product more often, product will age faster, and people will be trying to negotiate the product pricing. In the perfect fit, iPhone costs 10 times or 15 times more than an Android phone, but people still want to buy it, right? So whereas when it is a good fit product, you see how many competitions are there for Android market today, right? So that's where good fit product comes in. When it's a bad fit, basically nobody wants to purchase the product, and as a result, it may not be that it's a bad product. Okay, sometimes I've seen for instance, many of you may not have heard this. This is there was a company called Borland, which was a multi-billion-dollar company. They had a very good developer ecosystem, but they were way ahead of their time. They were really, really too good to be true at that point in time. Nobody could get their, their product strategy. They could not figure out how the product will work. So therefore, it was not very intuitive, but it was way too powerful. So therefore, the product may be too ahead of its time, right? And then it may be not very user-friendly. And or maybe you're selling it to the wrong customer base. You're supposed to be used by a set of segment, but then you got the segment wrong. So that could also be a problem. So like that, a bad fit necessarily doesn't mean that everything has to do with only product and the product fit. It is mainly because of parameters. Some of the parameters are not aligning well, right? And I've seen so many companies which had a bad fit and then they came back and launched, and then they became perfect products. Apple is another example, not iPhone. Apple is another example. So similarly, many of you might have heard of Sony, Walkman. So that was a competitor for Apple at some point in time. So these are all different parameters. This is not set in stone. Sometimes based on the time axis, all these things will vary over time. So great. Any questions so far? Please raise a hand, and then I will pause to answer them. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. So product market fit, it's a cycle. It's not done once and then okay, we launch the product and we are done with it. No. So there is so many people who want to eat your pie, right? So as a result, it has to be an iterative process. It is a continuous process. It's why I put the agile there is because agile's core principle is inspect and adapt, right? So if you don't do that, your product will quickly become stale, especially when there's a higher amount of competition. a huge innovation, for instance, tech sector, right? There's a lot of innovation happening. Like for instance, a lot of customer support software, like also I have been working with Intuit for a long time now. So if you see generative AI that coming into picture now, everybody is trying to adapt that. As soon as generative AI came into picture, everybody's product strategy changed overnight, right? So if you don't innovate, if you don't get this fit right, always, it is going to be a stale product. So that's why in order to get this thing right, you need a very good feedback loop. Very good feedback loop means the feedback can come from customers, partners, like, market events. It can come from government. It can come from, like, a lot of things, like, right? International events, so many areas. So therefore, like, it's important to have a very, very open feedback loop, and it's important to act on it on time. What is the point in having a feedback and then you don't act on it, right? So then at the same time, you cannot implement all of the feedback at once and then say, okay, we'll build the next perfect product. No. So you have to think about incrementally here and figure out how quickly you can realize value on that feedback. For instance, if you are selling healthcare software, and then suddenly there's a need for, some customers give you feedback that, like, you are selling it to big hospitals, but suddenly there's a need for, you see a need in the market for smaller clinics. Can you go and directly, modify your product, and then sell it to smaller clinics? Yes, but then, like, how quickly can you realize the value? Is it a big deal to change your software? Does it need architectural changes? Does it need, deployment changes? Go-to-market strategy, all these things, right? You have to look at all these aspects to make these changes. So then it's important to involve multiple stakeholders. Again, it is not the product market fit cannot be studied in isolation. You have to involve a lot of stakeholders. First, stakeholders are going to be your customers, then designers, the people who design the product, then researchers. Like in a bigger company, these are all different set of people. I'm talking about roles here, not necessarily different people, right? So you have to think like a researcher. There is a sales segment to it, marketing segment, services, operations, right? So many other aspects come into picture, branding, all these things. You have to involve all the stakeholders. So only then you can win this cycle. You make sure that your feedback loop is also part, like, these are all the stakeholders in your feedback loop as well. So any questions so far? Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is I just wanted to depict this as a cycle. So at the center is the customer. It is a customer-centric approach here. In this, we have to figure out, when you start defining what is the product that you want to do, and then you look at the feedback loop and you make changes to your definition, and then you implement the changes. By the time, again, the market would have changed, and you have to again go back into the definition phase. This is a continuous loop. There is no escape from this, even if you are already a billion-dollar product, right? So it needs to go through this cycle. And this is the product market fit cycle. Again, you have to look through this. Okay. So yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. So let's take an example. I will take an example so that, I've been very theoretical there. So let me explain an example. You're launching a financial service, let's say, right? I'll not go into very specific details about what the financial service can be. It can be a micro lending. It can be loan. It can be insurance, anything like this, right? Banking, anything. So now you said, your target customers are urban dwellers, farmers, auto rickshaw drivers, street vendors. I chose these categories mainly because it could be that you are focusing on micro loans, let's say, right? So now these target customer base that we have defined here, they're extremely wide. What do you mean by urban dwellers, right? What do you mean by farmers? What do you mean by auto rickshaw drivers, right? So these are extremely wide. This is not well-defined customer base, right? So now we will refine it. So next level of refining is, okay, let's go to the next slide. So here, we need to look at what is urban dweller mean, right? So here we have, apartment residents. Maybe you're targeting specific set of people who are residing in an apartment because that customer segment means something to you or to your product. or maybe you're explicitly looking for tenants or who have a car, who have kids, like this. Like for instance, you want to sell, insurance products, then car and kids make sense there, right? Tenants, like, house, home insurance. So similarly, like, if you are seeing farmers, like, it is not enough there, right? You can go into, okay, maybe there are organic farmers or farmers who have more than 2 acres of land. So like that, these are all definitions. Like, this is not end. Like, you have to refine this. You have to figure out what is your specific customer segment, right? It can be a combination of a lot of these things. A good definition will help you in narrowing down who is going to be benefiting from your product or service. Okay. So any questions? No. Okay. So we'll advance next. And then with this,
I think there are a few people who have raised their hands. 1 minute.
Sure.
Can you open the gallery? Dear students, you have any questions on those 2 slides you wish to ask? Yeah, we have Mr. Sandeep.
Yes, Sandeep, please go ahead. I can't see you, but please go ahead.
Yeah, Sandeep, you could ask your question. And you have Amer MBA. Who would like to ask your question, please? Ask there.
So there is a comment, like, in the chat. Can you explain feedback loop? That is the question. Let me explain that. Like, I'll take an example, right? For instance, let's say, like, you are launching a product. I'll also come to that in a bit as well. Launching a product. Who will give you? How do you know that your product is in the in the right segment? How do you know that you are doing it all right? Right. So for that, what you would do, you basically ask the customers, you ask your friends, you ask people who are experts in that domain. One is like, that is by asking, right? Other thing is you do research on web, for instance, like, figure out, like, how big is the market. Like, you do a lot of the research in terms of, you will do a Google search or ChatGPT, or you will read research papers, or you will look at stock market indices, like, you look at company portfolios, right? This is also data. So feedback loop is nothing but collecting a lot of data that is in the direction of what you are looking at, right? Why it is called a loop is because it's continuous. It never stops. You have to listen to, for instance, if you take Israel-Iran war right now going on, right? It may have an impact on a business that you are planning. For instance, if you are exporting to Israel today, it will have an impact. If you are, creating a service that will convert Hebrew to Hindi or something like that, then that is impacted today, right? So like that, like, your services, products, everything will be impacted by a lot of factors other than, like, that are outside your immediate focus area. So for that reason, you have to keep listening to all this feedback coming in, and that is what we call as feedback loop. Okay, and this feedback need not be in one format. It can be in a lot of different formats. It need not be just question and answers. Okay, any other questions? Okay, great. I'll keep moving. So basically here, in the previous slide, I further narrowed down and things like this, right? What will it lead to? It will lead to smaller and smaller segments. Okay, but here the goal is not creating a smaller segment. The goal is to create a focused customer segment, because you have to figure out what is your focus area. Otherwise, it will be too easy to get, your energy gets diluted in so many things, and as a result, you will be confused. You will be not driven by a goal. You will be driven by events, right? So that's why it's important to create a focused customer segment for your product. Who will use my product? So Anindya used a term called persona in his when he was answering the question, right? Persona is basically, you have to make up this particular entity in your mind that is the user of the product or consumer of the product. And that product consumer is not one person or one role, right? It will be a set of attributes. So when you are focused in your customer segment, that set of attributes will contribute to your feature list, what you want to have in this product, right? That is number one. Number two is, do you have enough of these customers in the market who are basically interested in your product? So that basically creates the addressable market. That means these are the potential customers to whom you can sell your product or service. So that means you will be able to evaluate the size of the market. If it is large enough, then you can venture into it. If it is too crowded because there is a lot of competition, then you can change your strategy. If it is very small and nobody is looking at it, then probably there is a good reason to not to invest in that, right? So like that, there are so many segmentation that you need to do here. So then after this, you are going into market research. Here, remember, I'm not done with the research part here yet. Okay, so now this is the pre-work before you jump into market research. Okay, this is how a lot of product companies go into market, because before they jump into market, they do research, pre-market research, right? So all this thing is, you can do it on paper. You don't have to really go and talk to people. Okay, so yeah, here is example, if you have any questions, I hope this has driven some points home. If you have further questions, I'll be very happy to take them. Okay, so there are a few questions in the chat. I don't know whether I can address them directly because I'm on my phone. If somebody can read out those questions, it will be very helpful to me. Or shall we take the questions in the chat towards the end, or shall we answer them as we go along?
Yes, we will take it at the end. We'll take it
at the end. Okay, that'll be great. So yeah, so thank you. So let's move to the slide number 9, where we say research. Yeah, no, the previous slide, sir. Yeah, still slide number 9. We have to go back. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Yeah, research. So basically now we are going into research phase, which is basically we have to do some market research, right? We have done paperwork. We have figured out who are we going to talk to, who is our addressable market is and everything. So now we have to do customer sampling. You cannot ask, assume that your addressable market is 2 million customers. You cannot go and talk to all 2 million customers. You have to figure out who are the representative customers that you want to talk to, right? If at all. Next is observation. You have to observe the competition. What the competition is doing. What is the market, how, if the customers are actually currently using some solution, what are they, what are they doing? Why, what are the problems? Why they are really, why do you think they are really looking for an alternative solution that you are proposing, right? So those are observations. Then comes customer interviews. Now you are ready to go to customer with a very specific question. Imagine you are sitting with a customer with a 10-page long questionnaire. What will happen? Basically, customers say they are also professional. They are doing their own business. They don't have a lot of time for you, right? So therefore, you have to go to the customer with a very specific set of questions, and you should know what you want to get out of it, right? So that's where customer interviews come into picture. They should be quick, short, and most of the questions are better not asked. They should be, you should be able to answer them by looking at the customer, how they are struggling, what they are using right now, right? Most questions are not asked. So partner with research agencies. Sometimes you have to partner with some research agencies so that they research agencies bring that research skill which you as an entrepreneur may not have. So that is one thing. As an entrepreneur, you can't do everything. You should know what you will do, and you should know what you will not do, and you will delegate, right? So research is one area. I think if you keep doing research, you may not be the main person who will be steering the product, right? So, and then there are so many already done researchers, there are for instance, last year, not last year, even this last week actually. So ILO released a research paper which basically talks about unemployment and employment ratios in India, right? So for some of the people who are going to start some education, educational area, if your startup is in education or industry bridging and all, that research paper is going to be extremely useful to you. Right? So make use of that rather than going to the customers and asking the questions, because it's extremely expensive. study the competition, and yeah, sometimes you outsource the research, like, let somebody do the research. That's how some bigger companies do it. They outsource the research to research firms, and then research firms are held accountable to the outcomes of that. And then you start with prototyping and trials, right? So, that is also part of research in some ways, but we'll talk about it in a bit. So let's advance to the next slide, where we take the research to the next steps. So now you have done a bunch of research. These are not the only steps in the research, right? So there are so many other areas. I just covered some representative areas that you asked. Now you will come up with you have to answer certain questions. Okay, what is it? Is it a need or a want or a demand? Okay, in market you will find so many different things. Okay, then you have to categorize them into needs and wants and demands, right? So if it is higher in the order, then it's a really a better suited problem statement that you want to address. Similarly, what the customer wants, what problems the customers are facing, how are they solving today, and how are we going to solve it better? What is that they want to pay, for this solution? How is the competition, holding up? So is the market big enough? All these things we talked about, right? So you have to answer some of these questions, at the end of all these questions and your roadmap and everything, if you are thinking through, then you come to a value proposition. Okay, what is the value you want to bring to the table after all this research when you bring your product to the market? So that value is something that you are going to pitch to the investors, pitch to the customers, pitch to everyone, basically saying that this is what we will solve, right? And that value proposition also gives you a focus in terms of what is your direction, what is your roadmap, what is your product roadmap, what is your organizational roadmap, what kind of people you want to hire, right? How you want to scale, technically, how you want to scale in terms of customer base. All these things revolve around value proposition. Okay, if there is no good enough value proposition, if you are struggling, then you cannot build a good mission and vision statement for your organization, right? So that's where you have to have a very, very solid value proposition. You might have seen a lot of investor questions. They're surrounding the value proposition aspect. Right? Okay, great. So we'll advance next. I'm just keeping track of the time here. So once you have figured out value proposition, you have kind of figured out that you will be able to fit this. You have found your niche in the market, how to fit your product. Now, will you go directly and jump in and build the product? No, right? You have to do prototyping. So the prototyping is basically so you have found a lot of things in the value proposition, right? So you have to do A, B, C, D, all these things, answering all the questions in the previous slide. So now you have to look at that in a very, very ruthless way and see what you are going to do first and what you are going to do last. Okay. For instance, you have to build some features in a product, or you have to build some kind of instrument. Then what is going to be at the top of your list, and what is not going to be at the top of your list? You have to sort that, basically. Now you know the definition of value proposition. Based on that, you sort that list. How do you weightage that? Because when you sort, you have to basically figure out what comes to the top, right? First, look at what is easy, low-hanging fruits. That is the, that's the buzzword, right? Low-hanging fruits means if something is easy to implement, but cost less, and you can bring it to the market really quickly, then that means you should do that first. And that is exactly what the customer wants. So then you will be very successful in the beginning to start with. That's a good start, right? It should be very intuitive. If something that you want to, implement, OTP, for instance, you don't have to train people on how to use OTPs, right? So as a result, if you use a second factor authentication as a OTP, then basically you don't really have to worry about that. So that means it's a no-brainer to put it in there, right? Similarly, how easy it is for customers to access it. Are they able to get it? Are they able to get to it? Right? These are the different things, right? And do you really have to do a lot of distribution, right? For instance, if it is a mobile app, it is easy to distribute. If it is some kind of services and goods, and let's say you are serving it from Bangalore, and it's a home improvement service, and somebody from Imphal orders it, how will you deliver this service, right? What is your service network, or distribution network, or support network going to be? And all these things take into, so when you sort these list of findings, you take all these things into account. And then how costly it is, like, to experiment. Is it something one time you implement and then forget it, or is it continuously you are evolving? For instance, you are building a platform or an API, then you basically have to look at what is the cost of experimentation. How many people you have to, there are so many people who will be consuming your API. If you change the API, you'll be disturbing all of them. They may get offended by that, right? So all these things you have to think about. So, and then incrementally you deliver to the customer. You don't have to deliver everything at one go. No product in this world was built in one go. So that's why they say, right, Rome wasn't built in a single day, like that. So incrementally deliver to the customers, and extremely be focused on the feedback loop again, right? In the product, you build the feedback loop. How do you build the feedback loop? For instance, when I was in Geo, we built a lot of mobile apps like Geo Play, Geo TV that you use, that my team built that. So we would not even ask for feedback for the customer. Based on customer actions, we'll understand the customer is interested in something or not interested in something. So that's the best way. The question never asked is the best question, right? That's what I said in the beginning. So you have to always think like how least intrusively you can get the feedback from the customer. So then the last step is very important. Go back to step 1, right? This is the secret sauce of prototype. If you miss this secret sauce, then you're not building a prototype. You are basically going out of the touch with market, right? So any questions? Okay, so now basically the success factors, right? So for prototype, high fidelity feedback loop, I talked about it, right? So no question, any question that is not asked is the best question. Sample customer size, who are you shipping first? And you need to know the knowledge, know about the customers and segmentation by now. By now, you should know who are using your product, who are the people who are going to be promoting your product, all those things that you should know. Your speed of delivery is very important. That's why you pick the lowest barrier in this entire weightage list, right? Lowest barrier feature gets done first. So therefore, that will enable you to be faster. Agility and lean principles, this is exactly what Agile is all about, right? So inspect and adapt on a continuous basis. So, and then most importantly, you should know when to stop prototyping and when to really get into a product phase. Because if you're continuously just prototyping, it's of no use. You're not generating money, right? You have to figure out when you are done prototyping and when you have to jump into this thing. For example, Gmail was in a beta stage for almost 5 years. Then similarly, there was a product called Google Wave, which was in beta stage for almost 3 years. And you know what? At the end of the 3 years, Google killed that product. Okay, because they could not find a logical point where that product will evolve or stop, or whether it will replace email. The goal was to replace email, whether it will even be able to do that. So like that, you should know what is the logical point to stop prototyping and then decide on whether you want to take it to the product stage, right? And in this meanwhile, read the competition, very important. World is not stagnant. So if you don't read the competition, your prototype also will go out of shape very quickly, right? So that's the key sauce here as well. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So now you have figured out all the prototyping is done. You have assessed. Now you have come to assess the results. So next slide. Yeah. So here I put a bunch of questions here, just these are all representative questions. Okay. So what is the total addressable market? You should be able to answer by now. Okay. What's the competition like? How they are progressing? You should have a good view of for every competition that is out in the market. You should be able to take that, and you should be able to talk about it in a very thorough manner, right? Because if you don't understand competition, you are going blind. Okay, so how should we price? What is the margin? When will we break even? This is important. This is where Anindya is more expert, has more expertise than me here. So so basically, these are some of the areas where you need to. This is where money meets the customers' wallet. So what's the cost? Building, supporting. Remember, it's not just to build, right? After building the product, you need to support and you need to maintain. You need to innovate on the product. Otherwise, the product will become stale. So what is the time horizon you are looking for? Like that, lots of questions will be there. Like, so you have to figure out. It is again specific to your product, specific to industry. Some questions it may not be even valid in some industries. So like that, these are generic questions. Once you assess the results of your prototyping, then you should ask the $1 million question. That's in the next slide. Yeah. So the next slide is no, the previous one, please. Yeah. So should we build it? This is where we need to figure out whether we are actually going to build the product. Okay. So once you say yes to that, then we'll go to the next slide. So this is where let's do it, right? You have decided that this is the right thing to do. You have figured out what is the right thing to do, and you are going to invest your time and money and everything on this. So next slide, please. So now you look at all these things. So there I use the word called ruthless prioritization, because you cannot be emotion backed in this prioritization exercise. You should be solidly data backed and make sure that you prioritize everything. If there is a conflict between number one and number two, figure out what is number one for you, right? So it should be so ruthless in terms of prioritization, because what you prioritize will get implemented and you will go to the customer with that. If it is a wrong one that you prioritized, then you will suffer, right? So then emphasis on focus. There is nothing like, so you have to focus on something. You cannot be spreading too thin. So define what done means. What are the success metrics? So you're not prototyping anymore. You're actually building the product, right? Build the product incrementally and put it in the hands of customers as soon as we can. When we built GeoPlay, for instance, we took it to Ganjoli railway station and put it in the hands of the customers as soon as we built it. Guess what? We learned a lot from that. Huge amount, right? So define the go-to-market strategy also. Like, how do you take it to the market? Giving it to a couple of customers is one thing. Taking it to a mass market is another game altogether. So you define some of this. Based on that, your MVP will come up, minimum viable product. Because if you want to take it to a market, in a mass market, as a mobile app that will be downloaded from Play Store, your strategy will be different. Or a mobile app that will be shared as an APK through WhatsApp channel, your strategy will be different, right? So that's why you have to figure out, how does your go-to-market look like, delivery, pricing, all these things. So keep refining MVP, and it's always in cycle. Nothing here is one-time job. Everything is in cycle. Okay, so that's basically where we decide to build. And then next, so next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you are ready now. You are ready with your minimum viable product, and woohoo! Thank you. So any questions now?
Yes, dear students.
Yes.
Yeah, now we have two people, Mr. Ajay. Yes, Ajay.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ajay Tanwala. So, actually, my project is about IoT and technology. So, we are making smart dustbin. So, it will be uh, like eco-friendly and also a waste management system where using IoT and applications. So my thing, doubt is why we are making a prototype. So while making prototype, we faced with some barriers we cannot, how we are imagining the product, we cannot implement into the prototype because of some things we can't manufacture at home, right? So we need how to overcome those things when while making prototype, how to um, get overcome that once again.
Yes, Ajay. Yeah, any other students? You have any?
I think Ajay is muted, so that's why he's not able to speak.
Yeah, Ajay.
Yeah, sir. Like I was telling about the prototype. So while designing a prototype, we make some different thing, but we have some imagination is different. Like while addressing to the people, they will think that this is something else, and they might discredit it, like disagree with the product. So how to overcome the situation?
Yeah, no, great question. Great question. This is where the imagination has to meet execution, right? So when you execution or implementation, basically when you want to, you have a product, a value proposition, you want to communicate that to the customer. For that, you have to figure out what is your way. First time, for some products, that's why intuitiveness is very important. Customer should get it, right? Directly, it could be green light and red light. When you throw some I'm just making it up, okay? When you throw some a non-compostable thing into that garbage can, then basically it should give a ring, or it should beep saying that you have just added a non-compostable one. Or when you throw things like that, some kind of intuitiveness, right? That is one. Second is basically when there is something that is not there in the market that you want to build, you are a little bit ahead of the market. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing, both, right? So depending on how you address that, it's good because you are ahead of the curve. Then if you are not able to leap to that curve right now, then you will be left behind. So that's why you have to figure out how to get to that. For instance, if you don't have a facility where you can market, where you can make this dustbin the way you have imagined it, partner with somebody who can make it for you. Partner with somebody who has the right skills. You can't do everything yourself, right? So you may have to partner with a workshop. You may have to partner with a electronics expert,
yes, sir.
Right? Things like that. Partnership is very important. That's why in some of the slides I mentioned that there are lots of dimensions to this idea.
Okay, sir.
That's all I could do in the in the 2 minutes. I could do justice to your question. There's a little bit more to it. You can fire me any questions on my LinkedIn or on my email.
The next question, Shivanan. Shivanan, you can ask your question, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Shivananda Bhushan. Actually, I want to know, sir, actually some product which is it's related to health care product, health related product in the medical sciences in the laboratory we use. But this product is actually not available in the market. It is the very new, but its the uses are there. Need is there in the laboratory to use. But how to do that market to value to find out what will be the market research, how we can go, how to set the business, this thing, costing to do. I don't understand actually how to go ahead for that.
Okay. It's a
Market
big
research
topic.
to do. Yeah, market research.
Yes. Mr. Bhushan, yes, it's a big topic. Basically, see, the moment you figured out, you thought about this idea, you already know that there are some users, right? There is a gap.
Yes.
Right? So that means you already know the users. You know the segment of the users. So that's where you have to go to, right? So now, whether your first thing is to challenge our own beliefs, right? So all of us, whether it is an assumption or is it a belief or is it need?
No, it's a need.
All this.
It's a need in the laboratory.
You have confirmed that it's a need.
Yes. Because as an expert, I can use actually in the lab and it is workable.
Okay, that's good. So in that case, then you already have a sample customer base, right? So those are the best customers to go after and then validate your need, validate this need, through customer research. For instance, A is something I'll tell you what worked for me and my organization sometimes, right? When we were launching Geo, I was heading the engineering for Geo Media, and then when we launched Geo TV, we didn't know whether people will be watching TV or a IPL game on a mobile phone, and that whether it will work on a 2,000 rupees mobile phone also we didn't know. What we did is we gave some prototypes, we gave something to some railway commuters in the Ganshwali railway station. We said, okay, will you use it? Okay, so now we didn't ask them any question. We observed what they will do, how they struggle, whether they struggle or whether is it easy to use. We took our own phones, small Android phones, very cheap Android phones. And then we realized people were struggling with some menu. They were struggling with pause. They were struggling with so many things. Then we just observed and then we improvised the product. Similarly, in your case, probably you can look at how people are struggling right now. Make a list of all the struggling points. Like, what are they struggling with? Is it product issue? Is it a user issue? Is it are the user trained enough to do this? Right. So then one is observation. Second is basically it is called narration or questioning. Right. So ask them to narrate the problem. Ask them, okay, tell me what are you facing? Why are you struggling? Right. Because when the user themselves tell you the problem, it is the easiest way to frame it. And many times, right, the thing is, another thing I learned from, Reliance is always we think if there is demand, there is supply, but Reliance thinks the other way around. Supply creates demand, right? So now sometimes what people may not, like the users may not know what they want unless you put that problem statement clearly. So as an entrepreneur or a product leader, it's your job to interpret what their frustration is and to put a product frame to it. All right. So these are some of the things, but there are so many dimensions depending on what the product is. If it's a hardware product, or software product, service, like so many facets to it. Hope I've given some pointers. That's all the justice I could do in this short time.
Actually, basically, we have to find out the observation to give the users to find out, get the feedback from them, and then to do the research, what the demand, how they are happy or not with that.
Yes.
And what are the problem pain points they are getting again.
Yes.
So it has to be improvise the prototypes for that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
In this one, please use the power of observation. So please use the power of observation. Questions will not get so even assume that tomorrow a market researcher comes to you with a 50 questions questionnaire. You will not have time to answer all of them in a very, very good state of mind. Right. So that's why best is observation. The next, anything that you cannot get in observation, ask leading questions. Right. So that is best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have one more question which has come in the chat. For producing any unique product, which pricing is the best? Penetration pricing or skimming pricing is the question. From Shiv Prakash Iyer. Yes.
Okay. It's a very broad question, Shiv Prakash, because pricing is not is not a function of whether it's a broad scale. Basically, the question, if I paraphrase it, is it a volume based pricing or is it a value based pricing? Right. So it depends. Okay. So whether your product is value based product or a volume based product. Right. So of course, in volume there is also value. I'm not saying that. For instance, if you are making one Bugatti and 100 Maruti, the pricing is quite different, right? So it is your market research and everything. After that, you have to figure out whether you are making $1,000 product and selling it to 10 people, or you are making a $10 product and selling it to 1,000 people, right? So if you are looking at this way, then you will able to at least narrow down where you are going with your pricing. Okay, that is one. And pricing is always the heart of heart of this entire thing. It is directly proportional to the need or demand of the service or product. And there is a lot of competition and so many other factors that come into picture. Pricing is a big topic itself. Maybe you can shoot me an email or something, then I'll be able to do a good justice to the topic. But the fundamental thing is whether you flip the 1,000 and 10, see which way you are moving.
Yeah, Prakash, you can ask your question next.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question there are two ideas. So what are the consequences that leads a good idea as a failure and a bad idea as a success?
So good and bad are relative here, actually, right? See, there is nothing like an absolute bad idea. There is nothing like absolute good idea. So it's basically how we evolve that idea, taking the feedback into account makes it a good or a bad one, right? So that I know it's a very open-ended question. I think I will pause my answer there. If there is anything specific, please let me.
Yeah, I think Linga Devraj, please ask your question.
Hello. Sir, we have developed a protocol. Yeah, it's mainly focused for schools and colleges. How can we approach the schools and colleges? Like how to implement in schools and colleges, like for in the bigger scale.
When you say protocol, what does that mean?
Sir, actually the concept is about the magic mirror. It's like it's like a virtual desktop. It can assist you like in anything, whatever you need, like getting information regarding the schools or in organizations. It can give all the data. So it's also useful for education purposes.
Yeah. Okay. So
And mainly,
did you do customer research and everything? Like, are there customers who want this product right now?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you already know, like, see, you already have the target customer base, right? So that means schools and colleges, you are saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then basically, see, there are several things. When you are approaching a customer, you can go directly to them. Okay. So direct marketing is one of them. Like, so I'm not a marketing expert, I'm a product person. See, first you go to direct to customer. That is one approach. Second is you go through an organization. For instance, like, one of the startups that I used to work for, we used to sell financial software. It was a fintech software, like a fintech company based in San Jose. We used to sell software for end user financial customers, right? Like banking customers. But we didn't go to banks. What we did is we went to somebody called Processor. The Processor is a huge technology company which has thousands of banks as their customers. So therefore, when we go to a Processor, we already get thousands of banks as our customers. So therefore, we directly approach the Processor. And then the Processor would ask the banks to join that product. And banks would ask their customer to join the product. So thus, by selling to one customer, we got millions of end users, right? So like that, like, you have to look at what strategy works for you. How do you approach the market with this one? Direct to customer is one thing, but it's a very, very expensive way of doing things.
Okay.
Right? If you have some, like, let's say like an educational institution or educational trust that owns multiple schools and colleges, maybe you go to the trust directly rather than to individual colleges.
Okay.
Right? So that way you can maximize your efforts.
So approaching an organization is best way. Like
Yes.
we can reach a large number of students.
Yes. If that is where your customers are, right? So always approaching an end customer approach is the most expensive one. You approach customer segments, customer clusters. That is the most efficient way, even though it is a steep hill climb.
Sir, like how to manage the financial things? Like if you are going to reach a large number of students, we really need some financial background.
Yeah. That is where your funding and all the other aspects come into picture, right? So who is sponsoring the solution? How do you fund your ideas? Are there any way you can do this incrementally, break this big idea into smaller pieces, which needs less funding, right? So that right sizing your product, right sizing your market, both are important.
Okay.
Right? And then you will right size your funding as well. Like, for instance, if you have to build an entire school management system, it will need a lot of funding, plus it will need a lot of features in your product, plus it needs a lot of convincing to sell that product to schools. Right? So that's why if you build with a smaller increment, like, incrementally, if you build it, then probably you will have better chance at it. So that's where the agile principles come in.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's really good. Okay, I think I'm over time now already. So
thank you so much for your insights, sir, Mr. Prashant Seth. And you've been a professional in various companies like SAP and Yahoo. today you've given given great message and wonderful knowledge for students. I mean, one thing what I liked is ruthless prioritization, where I feel founders or the company, the core management team sometimes lose out on focus, just go by events rather than focusing goals. So I think that's one good message that's been given. And dear students, you've got wonderful insights on total addressable markets and other things. So thank you so much, Mr. Prasant Seth, for coming, addressing our students of FKCCI Manthan. And we're really honored to have you, and may your career flourish, and our students, when they come out to be entrepreneurs and going ahead, I'm sure with your knowledge workshop today, I'm sure our students are really inspired, and definitely they have great, way that they can design their products, prototyping and other things. So we really thank you for being here today, and I'm sure students have been immensely benefited. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My pleasure. And thank you for inviting me. Namaste.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah. Wonderful session. We move forward to the next session of the day, which is building your business plan. We have, in this session, we will learn how to build a comprehensive business plan. What are the tools students can use to make a strong case for their idea, and how to make a 2-minute pitch. In the previous sessions, we noticed you have put so many questions in the chat, which we could not address due to lack of time. Please put those questions over an email. We will take it to Mr. Prashant Seth and we'll get the answers for you. So going forward, to address the question about building your business plan, we have got an industry expert with over 2 decades of experience in entrepreneurship, investment, and fostering growth in the startup ecosystem. Mr. Shiv Shankar, who's currently serving as a chief executive as JSS SJCE STEP, a technology-focused startup business incubation center in Mysore at JSS and SNT University campus, where his mission is to nurture budding entrepreneurs and startups on their path to success. So he is deeply committed to the entrepreneurship ecosystem, and he is here to talk to you about how to build your business plan and how to pitch within 2 minutes. We welcome you, Mr. Shiv Shankar, and I look forward to a very engaging session with you today. And over to you. Thank you.
Very good evening, madam. Very good evening, Keithan, and one and all. A wonderful opportunity FKCCI has been set for all the students to get their first glimpse of entrepreneurial journey through various experts in today and tomorrow as well. So just try to understand, from the last previous session, is it Prashant? I think I just did not get his name. Is it Prashant, the previous speaker?
Yes, it is Mr. Prashant Seth.
Okay, right. So he was giving a brief on now different topics of the business plan, of the business pitch, what we are talking about that. So let me put it in a simple way. I think most of you coming from the college and education background and then trying to build something out of it. And all of a sudden you come across with so many jargons of the businesses. So what is business plan? What is business model? What is business model canvas? So many different jargons. So what all this means, and then you go and look at the Google, download a lot of things, and then you forget your idea. So simple. The way you first overcome that is before getting onto all these jargons, or maybe preparing out of that, if you have a deep idea or maybe a deep problem statement to be solved through your solutions, validate it quickly. Yes, early as you can do that, validate it quickly, forget about all other things and get it validated from the experts or from create a prototype or maybe MVP, and then check that whether your solutions fits into the market just in a workable model. To that level, that speed is required. The reason is the more you beat around the bush, I think you're not going to anywhere. It's more ideas will be coming out of your infatuation, maybe something which you have seen one or the other time. The best ideas is basically is been spent significant amount of time with you working on that, deliberating on that, discussing on that. So potentially, maybe a few hundreds of hours is required before you say that you can build a good business plan around that. So it's not simple couple of slides where you can do, but broadly, as Madam was mentioning that, can we pitch something in 2 minutes? Of course, we can pitch, not necessarily in 2 minutes. We can pitch that in 45 to 60 seconds. If you know what we are doing exactly and how we are making a money. Simple. You got a product, how you are making a money and what margin you're going to make a money. Those are the three pieces is what always the investors want to hear it about it. How you are going to do that is all the rest of the stories, get into the details. So that's why we are always recommending anybody coming to this world to have a detailed plan first, so that you'll put all the ingredients irrespective of whom you are addressing into that. Then getting it in a 10 slider of a 10 to 12 slider of a pitch to for 7 to 8 minutes of sessions with anybody to articulate it. Then the elevator one where you can share with the confidence. It can be 1 pages or 2 pages kind of a thing. So it's like reverse one. If you have experiences and if you know things reasonably with eye clarity, then all these things are one after the other. Otherwise, like business plan is where everything starts, in which how you are going to put nuts and bolts to your idea, how you're going to check each of that and connect the dots as well. So as I said in the beginning, if you are having a reasonably having a knowledge on what you're going to build, if it is a physical product or is an IT one, so validate it quickly as possible, as fast as possible, without worrying about the cost and other thing. If you can build a prototype within no time with absolutely less cost, so get these both viability and feasibility, 2 things, which is always coming and onto you. Even after building so much of a business model, people come back and ask you a question: have you checked with your end customer first? Most of the time, you may not have spoken to your end customer. And have you checked with the market, like maybe your distributors and things, whether they have looked into that or compare in the market itself? So these are the basic things before you actually, I don't want to use this word fantasizing to get into the entrepreneurial world. So it's good. Ecosystem is getting better, and most of the opportunities are being built in India for next 5 to 10 years, which where we are heading towards that. So one of the fantastic opportunity for everyone. So I'll briefly take you around in a presentation. Ethan, please confirm if it is visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible. Yes. Slideshow. Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So at the outset, let me congratulate FKCCI bringing this opportunity to all of you, and they are continuously doing from I think this is the 16th editions, as they have stated to me. So business class competitions for college students, and being where I'm operating or continuously supporting this activity in ecosystem through Startup Karnataka, through Startup India, and Innovation Karnataka as well. So I'm trying to give first 4 slides. It's all about what we try to look at in every business plan or maybe pitch presentation. We interchange these words, business plan and business pitch. So what it means is almost identical. Business plan in actually subject knowledge theoretical definition is more about detailing of your business pitch itself. It means every element is being articulated to very finer details. So every topic or maybe everything which you are going to put in a business pitch is being explained in very detail. That's a business plan. But contrary, now everybody, they are interchangeably using both business pitch presentation as well as a business plan in a similar way. But when you're getting into the details of that, so these are the 2 highlighters or maybe differentiators for yourself. So why are we pitching, and what is the reason for that? So again, I'll highlight, if you are participating or maybe engaging, know your audience or maybe know your end person, why you are presenting it to him. That is a reason why we always look at 2 sliders, 10 sliders, or maybe a document to share with them. So until unless we are not sure about what the end person is going to do with that, so sharing any of these things is slightly disoriented. So always get to know why are you participating in this month and competition, or maybe from there where you wanted to take your idea to the next level. So get that clarity clearly. So then your effort to deliver in these kind of a competitions will be a lot easier. So my idea is like essentials of presentation, which I'm talking about from the business plan point of view. So what are we got into that? The first is like a pitch deck. So basically you always use the same thing as a presentation. Is what we start with, that structure to create a content gets into it. I'll quickly get into the first 4 slides so that you understand what I'm going to talk with an example. The next one, develop a presentation style and template. Usually you might have downloaded many of the templates if the organizers or maybe if the particular institutions have a particular way of putting into that. But 90% of those templates are going to be identical, except few areas of some informations they wanted to see. But the style and the template, you oriented to present the way you want to deliver by considering what elements you wanted to convey, which the end users wanted to see for themselves. So for their clarity, but you can use your style and the design the way you wanted it. So it's actually a design. It's just not a presentation. You are crafting a design, you're crafting a message, you're crafting a communications with visual impact, with areas of interest you want to communicate effectively. If it is an idea stage, there's a method you can do that. If it is an MVP stage, there is a way you can convey the message in which you are seeing it yourself. And if it is in traction stage, the important elements get differently at different stage of these kind of a journey of your entrepreneurship. The fourth one, so everything matters here, whether it is a jargon, whether it is a statement, whether it is a word picture, because most of the time we try and convey these things through the picture. But in a plan, we try and convey it through the picture, through the details, through the numbers, through the charts. So all these things are very much, the good ingredient part of your business plan or business pitch. Sharpen your slides. The reason why I always tell that most of the time we try and put so many things in 7 minutes pitch. It is not necessary. Let some of the questions to be, clearly, asked or maybe stated by those audiences itself, so that you leave that time and space for that clarity itself. So these are the 4 steps for any of your ideas. Simply follow these and you end up in, at least you'll have a draft one going with 20-25 slides, end up in draft 2 coming with 17-18 slides. The final one will be roughly around 10 to 12 slides. If you practice this, your entire presentation should be done with 5 to 6 minutes maximum. So that's all you're able to look at it. That's all the time anybody in a competition can also give you for that opportunity. 1 minute. So there are 2 things, is a reading deck and a live deck, because sometimes when you present it, it's different compared to the live one. So always live one, keep those information to the minimalistic. When you're sharing a document, try and give as much of information as possible. That's the 2 key difference between the business plan details and as well as the business pitch deck presentation. So these are the 2 key differentiators you can always keep in mind. The next one, these are the key ingredients. If I am not sure these 2-day sessions, one or the other way, capturing every topic or maybe every subject here, whether it is a market opportunity, whether it is a business model on its own, go-to-market strategy, financial itself, competitions, and team and kind of things. So if I basket it into 3 segments, the problem statement and the solutions, the market traction, the business model, go-to-market strategies and financials connected to the competitions, and who is delivering it. Equally, who are the team, which other team is delivering? Do they have the capability? Do they understand, know how the things, what they're doing? Do they understand what they're talking about that? So we put that in 3 different baskets. Each basket has its own strength. So each strength needs to be evaluated on its own merits itself. So without the connection of these merits, I think no other part is going to be having greater outcome if you really look at it in that way. So as I said, it's all about communication. So the understanding of communication is simply is just not presenting, but how effectively it is being delivered across. whether you want to use the visual aids, whether you want to use the music background or somebody talking about it, put those things into absolute perspective, because that's how people always view sitting in the other side, and then, trying understanding what you are trying to convey to them was equally, important for them as well. Right. So even simple in a nutshell, this is what the business plan. If you say, okay, you can put it in any format you wanted. What is the strategy? What is the timeline, team, competitor, finance, and so on. So like, where is any stopping here? No. People may keep asking, the moment you say your product is validated, product is properly market fit better, but strategy to implement. Do you have a strategy to implement? So keep on, the questions is never ending here, but make sure that you are reasonably articulate those things in a simple, and then deliver those things effectively. So if you put these ingredients in any of these business pitch or business plan, your presentation is for the sake it is complete, but again give them valid facts and reasons around that. Any data you put into the presentation or into the plan, make sure that you are backed with facts, backed with valid references, so that you understand what you're talking and it is connected to your idea. It's just not you take some market size and then trying to say this is my market size. No, that is not possible, right? And again, you take some strategy and say it will apply to my either the business or the product or maybe service which I am going to look at it. It's not possible. So you can pick it up very quickly. So always keep these things to the clarity and reasonably stated very well. How much time you get? That's all the time you get. So irrespective of from where you start, so the time you burn once you great is what you're going to get with any of these people, whether in this competition with the investors, whether the VCs. The reason is simple. If you're not able to convey it in short 5 to 6 minutes, it's difficult to take them to the next level. The first interaction or the first engagement with anybody with your idea is all about creating that interest part first. You have a great idea and you have a great strength to deliver it, and you have great model to make money. These three elements are more or less piece of a puzzle where either those who want to validate, or even a mentor for that sake, if you want to really mentors to come and help you, even for them also is at the same time. Because if they sit and going through the entire couple of hours with you, they may lose the interest as well. So absolutely. So this picture depicts like just give them how much time you get, and with anybody for that matter in ecosystem. Communication, an important part of that. So I always emphasize focus on designing the message rather you script it. As some movie directors script their movie, like you got to script your business plan and business presentation to the absolute clarity. So then only they are going to buy that, because your confidence will be a lot better. Establish a message like which is well understood. It has to be remembered and having a lasting impact. How do you going to bring that? Either through the a statement, a picture, or maybe impact which you're going to make out of this business from the revenue part of that, some your profit part of that, or maybe sometimes even social related ideas is also been established in the same way. And with first two things are done, and if you're not delivered with the great clarity, or maybe with the confidence, or maybe the credibility, again, it is going to be a big challenge. There are two parts here, again, I'm telling. One is a business plan we write in detail, another is a business pitch deck, which I'm trying to present across to you. So make sure that these are two different elements. Making your idea stick, these are the 6 simple success principles. Keep it simple so that you understand first, and your person, or maybe those who are reviewing that also understand it. Break the pattern. Sometimes routine things, same 12 elements putting across right and left may not help. Sometimes bring the unexpected thing to your idea so that you catch their attention. Be very specific in our articulations. Establish the credibility that the things what you're doing, and the specific aspects of the working. And there are identity and connections. There are emotional things which your idea are also there. It's just not that money, but you pass through that and then expecting that to be done as well. So the stories. So again, anytime you look at the people are talking about the stories, right? So what stories you are telling? The stories have been remembered very far. Like that, even business pitch plan is also like a story. Are able to articulate in a story? There are characters, there are ups and downs, there are unexpected things to happen in. Make sure that is also a part of your presentations as well. Let me put with a simple example so that you understand where I'm coming from. So let me now take Airbnb an example. What do they do? Like first slide presentation, which we saw time and again. Simple. Their introduction is just as simple as that. It's not even a 5 seconds. They're talking about air, bed and breakfast, book rooms with locals rather than hotels. That's all they are looking into that. The more explanations comes down the line, but this is where the eye level, the 2 minutes picture or maybe elevator pitch you're talking about. This is what Airbnb does. So, but I beg the difference here because if you bring the technical ideas onto the platform, it's not as simple as what they stated here. So don't get confused with that. If you have a technical solution, if you have deep life science, bioscience, or maybe those kind of areas, you need to articulate it. You need to articulate it with the picture or maybe a bit of explanations. But you will get maturity level to articulate to this level once you understand what core problem you are solving with the finest solutions part of it. So then your simplification of stating will be a lot easier. Right. Problems and target market. What are we talking about? Stories again. Very specific, concise and measurable, and what market you are addressing into that. So bring them to the life. Show a progression to the border. So take the same example. This is what they talk about. Price an important concern for the customer. So they eliminated that. Hotels leave you disconnected from the city and its culture. That's how they bring into the taking out the hotel as a competitor itself. No easy way exists to book a room with a local and become a host. So Airbnb gives an alternative to that. So that's the message they're trying to build into it. So easy to understand from the price point of view, what competition they're addressing into that, and what is the easy of making through the solutions kind of a thing. Right. What are the solutions like? Until unless there is a benefit, nobody is going to buy from you. Even if it is the same thing somebody else is doing, until unless you bring the differentiators, including the same benefits, then it's of no use. So problem solutions is always having that differentiators to not talk about it. Show it, describe it, and what uniqueness is going to bring into that. So this is uniqueness. They say like how they're making it things different. They're saving money. They're also help to people to make money because they're addressing both B2B and as well as the B2C customers at the same time, and also share the culture. Because people always have the tentativeness to living in somebody's house, but they eliminated that. They build that confidence, they build that uniqueness into it. The solution is again on the marketplace as well. So wider selection, instant booking, and enjoyable and secure. Wasn't it done before the Airbnb? People have done it, people have tried it, people have also reasonably succeeded it, but the uniqueness they bring or maybe brought onto the technology advantages is enormous with Airbnb, and they're taken it to the wider audiences across the world. Market opportunity, you're talking about total market. This is where a lot of people give absolutely different numbers. I don't know where they search it, but until unless what's your business, is it for the local dominance, is it for the regional dominance, or it is a state dominance? Don't quote large market, which is you just go Google it and get it from anywhere. If it is think that you can only create whatever you are going to visibility point of view. So only those numbers should be updated, and then make sure that you address that or maybe convert that into a number. Sometimes you see $20 billion businesses or maybe kind of a thing, and absolutely you say with the ratio service available market 10%, again another 1% you are. It is not going to sell. It is not going to sell. So if there is no clarity in these numbers, you don't understand your market. That's as simple as possible. So make sure that you address that much earlier. That's why I said before you getting on all of these things, get your idea of feasibility done and as quick, as fast as possible. So these are the ways and means they put it across, but there is more clarity is required on each and every element of it. Traction is nothing but a number. How are you going to make money? Whether you already have people to buy from you, whether you have some advance booking is given by, or maybe authorizations given by the entity, individual, or maybe anyone in that case. So traction is nothing but somebody is ready and offering you to buy your product or the solutions for at some cost or at the certain price value kind of stuff. So various way, you can say, I have paying customers, we have annual revenues, growth strategies and updates and buffered with that. Let me tell you, behind all these simple numbers, there are numerous Excel sheets might have built in it. I mean to say that to get 800 paying customers, we need to scout and search a region-wise, state-wise, district-wise, country-wise kind of a thing. Then you are understanding this coming from, where this is coming from. The first question somebody is putting across these kind of a numbers, me asking is where these numbers are coming from. How are you going to prove this kind of a thing? So until unless you don't have that data, don't simply throw these big numbers in front of anybody. So make sure that you have that validation done, you have that numbers crunching done, you have that proof of survey has been done, whether you have done it or maybe you have pulled it from wherever the platform, whichever the platform you got into that. So this is where the business plan actually comes into the picture, where details of this traction or maybe customer segment or maybe market segment has been stated line by line, or maybe segment by segment, and value by value kind of a thing. Convert into a number is the secondary task. Those numbers converted into and become a numbers, it becomes a secondary task, so that you have absolute clarity on these big numbers we are putting in front of anybody. How we make money is your value propositions, is the business model you're talking. So that's why I said the business model canvas, the business model, and the business plan is three are intervened but are different. Don't get confused with that. So this is the business model within the business plan. It's basically how are you making a money is a question. How you are creating a value for our end customer in the market, so they're ready to pay the X numbers and you're earning a revenue with part of the profit built into it. So the channels may be different, maybe route may be different. So that's why the business model canvas help you to understand the complete picture. This is where the business model simple. They make 10% commission by addressing 10.6 million audiences, taking on an average $20 per ticket, and annual revenue for a few years they're showing 200 million. If I dig deep into that, every number they're stating is validated very well. So this is the what you call filtered informations coming onto the surfaces by putting a lot of numbers crunching in the back and then bringing into the front. Before any investment, these numbers will be validated, will be due diligence done, will be addressed by other experts, and they'll get into understand where these numbers are coming into that. So there's two-step or three-step process rather in this way. Marketing and sales strategy, as you know, whether you really know where this is going, it, who are the people buying it, what channels you are using it, and how are you selling it? Is it a two-step process? Is it direct marketing or maybe e-commerce? So many ways and means. This is another animal in the room, wherein which most of you are, including myself, we feel that this goes wrong because marketing is just not simply posting something in social media or maybe some post telling that you are done your marketing. Don't get confused with marketing with digital marketing. Marketing as a strategy is need to build into the businesses. Digital marketing is one element or the one aspect of your plan. That's it. So, but you have a direct sales, you have indirect sales, marketing, so many other things are there. So maybe you need to sit with, or maybe go through the separate session on this and then understand how the IT things, how the marketing is done, how the product marketing is done, how the service marketing is done. So these are the various strategies or maybe solutions are there. So you need to get clarity on upfront on one after the other. So not everything is applicable to every idea and every services. Make sure that you choose or maybe align to the one which is able to make an inroads where the customer is able to get to know your product. Go to market strategy, again the same thing, the channels you're going to use, how easy, how difficult, how much is going to cost you, and how it is also affecting your cash flow. Because it's not easy that you sell everything but you're able to receive the cash after 6 months in your bank account. It's not a healthy business, right? You deliver everything but you wait for the money to come. It means that you are putting a lot of money to make that either the product or service upfront and then waiting for that. So choose appropriate go-to-market strategy to test it, try it, and then understand the limitations of whether you can implement it or not. It also comes at a cost itself. So the channel partners are not easy. So then you have your own team that is also not easy. It also comes at certain cost itself. Milestones, I leave it to that. Each one will have a different milestone to achieve in a businesses, but definitely 2-3 things: your revenue milestones, your market share milestones, and your further investment milestones. You also need to be looked at. Financials, too little time to talk about the financials. 3 elements of any business: your idea and problem, which are talking about it, market and strategy, and the numbers. Everywhere you talk about the numbers itself, until unless you're making some revenue first, and then you're making some margins down the line. So financials is like a lot of people making a mistake, putting all the numbers and crunching it in an Excel sheet, projecting it beautifully, showcasing that we make a money in first year or maybe second year, not even understanding the bottom line, the costing itself of some of the product has been set wrong, and you ignored some of the major cost getting into it. So make sure that elementary things of the finance has been discussed with experts. You may have a fair understanding of your costing to reasonable level, and also the other implications of the market. So make sure that you work with an expert on this. Otherwise, like if you are reasonably gather all the details and get validated, those 2 things are very important. Otherwise, like projections are simply projections without much of strength or maybe stuff into it. Is simple again, how we are going to make a money over a period of time, how much you are spend, how much you are make. But the devil lies in the details. So the more you get into the details, you understand whether really it makes sense or not. Competition, most of the time, especially idea stage, you tend to say that you don't have a competition. I mean to say that it means that you're not done your market survey well, or maybe you're not looking into that indirect competitions, or maybe aligned competitions. So these are the second level. Third level will be people sitting and already might have done this kind of a work. So don't ignore the competition, whichever the format, whichever the way, because you are not the first one to entering into that solutions until unless it's very novel and it is totally different, which is coming like big tech changes, or maybe big innovation is happening. There are already a competitors there in direct or indirect, or maybe aligned kind of a thing. So please study that and look at where your value proposition you state earlier is able to overcome some of the deficiency of the existing competitor. It can be value of money, or maybe a services, or maybe totally combination of both, or it can be other benefits and features you can pass on to them. Many ways you can put it across like this, or maybe one I show in, preferably the one in which the first one is easy to understand where you stand with respect to your competitions. Team, please talk about yourself. I mean to say that if idea is there, and if people don't know what the team is executing, again, idea will be idea itself on the paper itself. Please talk about your experiences. Talk about your strength and skills, not necessarily academic skills, but you might have done a lot of things other than your academic. Please talk about it. It might be your internship, it may be your another work, all other your other extra skills. You may be good at sports. Please talk about each of those skills, because it is the characters and personalities which people always looking into it over the all other numbers on the academic part of that. So forget about the numbers in terms of the ranking and other thing, until unless you're fantastically done and then you have created an IP, or maybe you have a lot of certifications on that. These are only a small element, but other characteristics is required to start the business, to continue the business, to grow the business kind of a thing. It is not again a 1% job. Please make sure that you have a team, so they're able to complement the skills which is required for any of your ideas, or maybe businesses which are working into that. So here you need to bring the consensus and show that you have a strong team to deliver it. Whichever the way, you need a team. So even some of the time, the mentors and advisors is not a part of the team, but they are a supporting structures for you. Make sure that you articulate that as well. Then you need to ask the money. So that's the last part. Everybody looking into that. Why, what, and when you need a money, how much you're ready to pay the money in terms of either to the equity, whether you want a debt, you want equity part, or the debenture, or maybe CCP, or maybe so many things are there here. But ask is definitely based on where you are today and where you wanted to go. Make sure that you need a sufficient fund. Don't even quote your fund until that you need few millions to start with, until unless you are not in that state. Make sure that you have clear clarity on the need of the fund and ask how you want to do deliver it kind of stuff. So these are the ways. So I'll quickly show a couple of things. See, once you start in this journey, it's not quitting, right? It's just, you may fail. There's nothing like a failure here. It's more about you improve on from where you left, and then add the more details into it. I'll add the little bit. See, these are the 12 different stages. Whatever I explained to that in business plan or the business pitch deck, these are the elementary things gets into it. So not more than this. Maybe a little bit depth in each of the stages itself. This is the ingredient of business model canvas. I mean, you need to ask the questions and build in our canvases. Don't get into the canvas directly. Don't try to build a business model canvas without understanding and having a clarity on your business plan itself. Business canvas is one of the finest, when a mature level one slider, I can say that, where the things will move, what is the value propositions, what are the key partners. There are 9 characters coming into that. So those are the 9 characters what I'm showing you to that. So these are again the part of your business plan itself. So make sure that you understand this. Don't try this much earlier. You may ask these questions, but this is a refined one. This is a refined thing. You are able to bring that on a simple one slider kind of a thing. That's it. This is where all that 9 ingredients comes and fits into it. It gives the full summary of your business. Your product, your customer, your segment, your key resources, how you're doing, your channels, your cost structures and revenue. So this takes time, this takes effort and experiences. So don't worry about that, to start with that. Make sure that these are the elementary things you work beyond the business plan, and then the pitch deck, and then the final business canvas coming to that. That's it. Open to questions.
Yeah, there's a question raised. Showing the. Yeah, we have Bhumika.
Good evening, sir. So one second. Good evening, sir. So my question was is sustainable development goals given by United Nations is necessary to include in the business plan?
Two part to answer to that. Until unless you are competing in certain areas where sustainable SDG, not entire SDG, elements of SDG is necessary for them to fund your idea or the project, then yes, it is needed. Otherwise, if it is a commercial businesses, more or less people are ignorant today, but make sure that you try and adapt those SDG goals if possible. But don't worry at the beginning itself.
And you told about the team roles. So team roles should be told said at the beginning or at the end.
Sell what sells first. If you think that now you can sell yourself first, sell it, please.
No.
I mean to say that. I mean, really.
Okay.
If you think that you have that, competencies and skills that what you are made up of, I think it's good to bring the team. This is a team is building this product or solutions. Then go ahead. Absolutely, there's nothing we need to talk about the team only at the end. What if if you have a strong team and then your whole presentation is only average, and putting your team at the loss does not make any sense.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Yeah, Bhumika, you have a question? Or Mr. Pranam? Yeah. Pawan. Mr. Pawan, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So my doubt is about, say, if you're having an existing prototype or something, a model which you have been generating revenue, can you also pitch the same during our the business B plan presentation, or will that be a grounds for disqualification or something?
Again, 2 parts. That's why if you think you already have proved your product or with the minimum viable product method, or maybe in a workable model, then there is a solution. You're able to prove that your idea through that method, you're able to provide a solution. To do what next is where you get into that, whether you are building to continue to build on that so that you have a good business case from the market point of view, then continue to do from that angle and tell that is where you are taking your idea to the next level. So it means that, yeah, continue that, but you need more validation of that. You have done your MVP, but for that MVP, somebody has to, what do you call it? Customer should be there. So you can validate with them, or maybe there is a paying customer, say that, yeah, I'm ready to pay that, buy that solutions if you build that workable model, or maybe, with full product.
We have another question. Yeah, hello.
Hello, sir. I'm Dharamshri.
Go ahead.
I have a doubt about I have innovation idea that it comes under the pharmacy field, but as if it's a new innovation idea, so we don't have any database or any data. So we should in pharmacy we should undergo all the clinical trials for our presentations. Without any clinical trials or data, how can we present in pitch decks? Can you please guide?
Just on that front, especially those who are working in life science, bioscience, pharma, because of the the nature of the businesses, and also longevity on which you are able to produce a solution, it may roughly take 12 months to 18 months, sometimes even 30 months kind of a thing. And there is a regulatory obligations, before you get into the market, you need to validate that the kind of a solutions you are working on is absolute need in the market. Otherwise, like, the whole effort will go wrong until unless you discuss those ideas to aligned investors who are in the pharma, and they know that those kind of solutions have a market, and they're able to buy that solutions as well. Because building a business in a pharma is not a joke, because the giants are sitting around. So it's not easy to build a business with one pharma product as well. So please make sure that you have that validations going earlier without worrying about all the things which I mentioned. So make sure that you have.
Since it's a new innovation idea, so we have a theoretical proof, sir, but we don't
for
have
that
any
matter,
clinical trials.
you apply under 2-3 categories of Government of India's scheme, whether it is maybe BIRAC, which provides under the BioNest fund up to 2 crores of ever fund, under the Startup India some grant, or maybe Nidhi Praya some grant, whichever the fund is received. Work and find that thing before you get into the market side. Even they also ask the same questions before they say that, is it necessary, is it the value is creating is need of the hour in the pharma market, and there are people ready to buy that as well.
Thank you, sir.
Shiv Shankar, there's a question in the chat box from Keshav Kumar.
Mhm.
Can we actually add our disadvantages in our presentation?
Yes, definitely, because it's not like you need to showcase all the disadvantages from your product or service point of view itself. Means when you put the SWOT analysis, sometimes people may ask, what is your strength and weakness and opportunity threat, where do you stand with respect to market? Absolutely. And coming to the competitions, you cannot tick all the boxes and tell that I do everything competitors are not doing. You will also need to overcome some of the challenges you may have. So otherwise, it's very tough. Otherwise, they will anyway get to know. So better address that and tell that how we are going to overcome that. If there is a reasonable solutions, you have it.
Yes. Any more questions? There's one landlord from. Right, sir. So, would like to thank Mr. Shiv Shankar. I must say that he's been constantly supporting FKCCI Manthan. We did visit Mysore, and while discovering, while our outreach programs at Mysore, we somehow bumped into Mr. Shiv Shankar, and it was wonderful meeting him, because he is heading one of the prestigious incubators, Science Technology Entrepreneurs Park at JSS, and he himself has been working in the aerospace organizations in the UK, and his commitment to developing entrepreneurs and solving regional problems of Mysore was something that we discovered at when we spoke to him in Mysore. And he was kind enough to accept our invitation today, and I'm sure, dear students, the pitch deck is something that is very, very crucial and critical for all of you. And a lot of insights have been given, referring from Airbnb. I know that we have very successfully running a business worldwide today. And likewise, many minute detailing, statements has been given, and he's clearly defined what are the requirements of products fit, good fit, and there is a reading deck and pitch deck. So kindly make use of it and going ahead, because for our after our second knowledge workshop, there will be a knowledge, the pitch, you have to present your pitch. So this presentation is really helpful for us. And thank you, Mr. Shiv Shankar, again for being with us. We're really honored to have you, and our students have been immensely benefited. Going ahead, he is also promised that if the winners of the competition, they're ready to support at the incubation center at GSS. So
Definitely.
Yes.
So take the opportunities what India is presenting. No doubt about that. Every platforms, whether it is FKCCI, whether it is any other platform, please make use of the platforms. Find the right mentors and then the guidance. They can reach out to me either on LinkedIn or maybe through the FKCCI. Or happy to support to the Build India. So what we are looking at. Thank you very much, Ketan.
Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Yeah. Been a director, founder, and freelance writer, and also guest faculty at IIMB. And she's also independent director at L Forge Limited and principal officer and director at X2A Investment and Advisors, and also entrepreneur, founder of MoneyShiksha.com. So I welcome you, dear CA Shubha Ganesh, and all of you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ketan, for this wonderful opportunity to speak about accounts to the students. I thank the committee for considering me as one of the speakers. So students, today's topic now, which I'm going to talk to you, is about accounts. So a quick question. Most of you are from engineering and agriculture background. So how many of you like accounts? Say yes in the chat box. I don't expect many answers favorably. Yeah, I'm getting quite a few. Yes, that's not bad at all. Good. I can see as Asha saying yes, Prakash saying yes. Many of you seem to be liking accounts, which is a big change, because as an entrepreneur, it's very important to have the skill of accounts. Accounting skill. Yeah. So accounting, though it is not obvious, accounting is a very critical skill for most entrepreneurs. Why? Because it helps you set your goals and strategies. Accounting is what a business is built on. Okay, so in a company, for example, accounting is something which records historically what happens in your company. You can probably come to know 10 years later how much you spent in the month of April 2024 for a tea, because the accounts have recorded faithfully how much you spent, how much money has come in, how much money has gone out. So it helps you chart the future course of your business by forecasting, by talking about future plans. So if you want to talk to a VC and present for raising capital, again, you have to give them the cash flow statement, balance sheets, profit and loss account, and all the financial statements, so that you can hope to raise money from the VCs. If you have to go to the bank for a loan, again, bankers will be asking for financial statements. And if you have to talk to your customer or your suppliers, anywhere, accounting forms the basis of all communications which happens with all the stakeholders of the company. whether it be investors, whether it's customers, whether it's suppliers, or like I said, VCs. So as an entrepreneur, you must have basic knowledge about and the fundamentals of accounting, but you need not have mastery because you can go to experts like CAs to get your statements made and create your business plan or your future predictions, etc. But as an entrepreneur, you have to know accounts to have you be on top of what's happening inside your company. So essentially, accounting is a very critical skill. It helps you to set goals, helps you to strategize for the future. It helps you to understand how money comes into the business. It helps you understand how business works. And it also helps you to communicate with all the stakeholders of the company, of your startup, okay? So as an entrepreneur, what do? What you do is you coordinate the resources of land, labor, capital, and with your idea, you launch a company, you launch a startup with an idea of profit. Remember, if you're not thinking of profit, then you're not an entrepreneur. If you're thinking, oh, I'm going to do social service, I'm going to do, my idea is such that I'm going to build a nation, I'm going to do things for free, then that is not entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship talks always of a profit motive, okay? Anything, an enterprise, a startup or anything has to think from a profit perspective, where an entrepreneur is using the resources, it could be land, labor, capital, and use the main idea which you have generated and have a profit at the end of the year. Profit helps you sustain year on year for the future. Okay, so when you have a profit motive in your plans and action, then it is called entrepreneurship. Okay, to do that, you have to understand the basics of finance. To build your business plan, you have to have the basic understanding of the accounts and finance. So let's look at what is the accounting basics you should know about before understanding what is the balance sheet, what is the profit and loss account, and what is the cash flow statement. So accounting has few basic concepts. On the basis of these concepts, the accounting entries are made in the books of accounting. Remember, a profit and loss account and a balance sheet is a summation of all the transactions that has gone through in your company. If your company has say 10,000 transactions in a year, your balance sheet is a summation of those 10,000 transactions. Your profit and loss account is reflecting the profit or the loss made by your startup due to those 10,000 transactions. Okay, how are these transactions recorded? How are they kept in the books of account? There are some basic accounting concepts on the basis of which these are recorded. So let's look at the concepts one by one. First is called an entity concept. Your startup is not you. Your startup is different from you. It's a separate, distinct ownership. So if you say that you started a company, you open a bank account in your name and start, giving money to suppliers or start buying things from suppliers and pay for your office expenses, your travel expenses from your personal account, then that is not business. Okay. For a business, it is a separate entity from you. You have to have a separate bank account and a separate books of accounts for that entity. This is called the business entity concept. Business identity is separate and distinct from the owners and the promoters of the company. Second concept is the money measurement concept. In a business, you can record only those transactions which can be measured with money. If there is no basis of money measurement in a transaction, those are not recorded in the books of accounts. For example, I was mentioning 10 years later, you may know, if you reflect back and look at books of accounts of the past, what you spent on a cup of tea or how many teas did you buy in the month of April 2024. Okay, why? Because tea has a cost and it has been recorded. Supposing your co-founder left you or you found a new co-founder for your company in the month of April 2024. Will you know it later? No. Why? Because a co-founder coming to you or a co-founder going away from you doesn't have a money measurement. So since there's no money measurement, this transaction or this action is not recorded in the books of account. So any entry or any transactions which have a money measurement, only those transactions can be written in the books of account. Third concept is what is called the periodicity concept, where the accounts and records, account and books of accounts are maintained for a period of time. Usually it is from 1st April to 31st March. You can even prepare for a quarter, for a half yearly, for a month, so on and so forth, but it is for a period of time. So you have every year a new set of books done and you have the old records kept with you for a long period of time. So this concept on which the accounts are made is called a periodicity concept. The next concept is called the accrual concept. The books are usually maintained in two ways. One is accrual and cash. Cash is not popular now, and usually even the tax authorities accept more of the accrual concept of account. So what is accrual concept? Here we record transactions based on when they occur, or not when the cash is exchanged. For example, you sold your goods to your customer on say 15th March this year. Okay, 2024. But the customer told you, see, I will pay the cash only in April. So when do you record this transaction of sale? Will it be recorded on 15th March or will it be recorded on 10th April when he did pay you the cash? So according to the rules or accounting concepts and rules, you have to record the transaction on March 15 when the transaction took place, when actually you gave the goods to the client and not when the client paid to you. So these same thing you can say for the tea example I took. I drank the tea in the month of March, but I paid the hotel in the month of April. But the recording of the transaction in your books will happen in the month of March. This is called accrual concept. This also helps you match the income and expenses of a particular year. Okay. So that is also called the matching concept, where or if you have occurred a sale of say 10,000 rupees per year, or say let's say a month, and you want to understand how much expenses you have incurred to earn the revenue of 10,000 rupees, you use the accrual concept and all the expenses which you incurred against that particular revenue is recorded within that period of time. When did you pay for the transaction does not matter. When did it occur matters, and that's how you record in the books. So that's also leads to the matching concept where your all records related to revenue and expenses of a transaction are matched and recorded in the books of accounts. Your company is assumed to be going on for a very long time. As a startup, you may be wondering whether my business may last for 5 years. Accounts doesn't, in case of accounts, it doesn't matter. They assume that your company is going on to last for 100 years and it's going to be there. So it's called going concept. And all there's a cost concept where your assets are recorded at the value of historical cost or acquisition cost. And each transaction has two aspects, one which impacts the assets and one which impacts the liability. It's called dual entry concept. So when I explain this concept as we go forward, and we got the conservatism, consistency, and materiality based on which these accounting concepts are recorded in the books of accounts. Okay, so let me first explain the key accounting term. Asset. What is an asset? Asset is anything which you own and expected to accrue benefits of it in future. For example, furniture. A furniture is something you bought for your startup, but the benefits of that furniture may last for 7 years. That's an asset. Let's take example of a machinery. So how long will that benefit accrue? For maybe 10 years. So again, it becomes an asset. So let's talk of patents, which is not a physical asset. Will that be considered an asset? Yes, because the benefit of a patent also lasts for a long time. So asset is something which you own and benefits of it which will accrue in future. For example, some assets, the benefit may accrue only for 1 year, whereas some assets whose benefit may last for a long period of time. For example, your customers did not pay as soon as you sold the goods, and they are sitting on your books of accounts in the month end as a debtors or customer amount receivable. So this asset is not a long term because your customer may pay you in a month's time. This is called current asset or short term asset. So any asset whose lifetime is more than 1 year is called a long term asset. And similarly, asset whose lifetime is less than 1 year is called a short term asset. Let's move on to the next accounting term, liabilities. Liability is an amount you owe to others. You have to repay to others. That's called a liability. Liability can be both short term and long term. Supposing you're borrowed from a bank for 7 years, it's a long term liability. If you're borrowed, if you're not paid your creditors, you're going to pay after, say, a month. That's called a short term liability. Okay. So if you get money from VC, is it a liability? Any answers? No? Okay. Yes. Somebody has written yes. Alston has written yes. Any other answers? Okay. Unfortunately, all of you are giving me yes as an answer. VC, yes, because we need to pay. No. VC becomes your partner in crime in your company, in your startup. In that case, he's not a liability. He's actually owner of your company along with you. How does you repay back? You repay back when he sells his share in the company to another person. So no, VC is not a liability. He's an owner of the company. He's not an external liability. He's part owner of the company. Okay. So next, move on to the next accounting term called expense. Expense is a transaction you pay money to purchase any goods and services. Simple term, so I'm sure all of you understand. And next is income, transactions where you receive money to purchase goods and services. Okay. So this will dive deeper soon. Somebody has raised their hand. How do you unmute? Yeah. Just a minute. We'll just go in the waste. Unmute the person who raised. Somebody had raised the hand. Okay. Anyway, we'll go back to the presentation. Next. So, okay, so let's go and understand how the balance sheet works. Okay, so we were talking about assets and liabilities. So when we look at a balance sheet, see, balance sheet, profit and loss, and cash flow statements are three fundamental statements for any company. So if you go to a VC, go to a bank, go anywhere, they'll be asking for these three statements. These are three important statements. Okay, so a balance sheet shows the value of the assets of the company which you accumulated and the money you owe to your lenders and other creditors, which is built up over time. But balance sheet shows the assets and liabilities as on a particular date. It could be 31st March, 30th June, any particular date. It is not over a period of time. As on a particular date, what is your asset? What is your liability is shown in a balance sheet. Balance sheet must balance. So money you borrowed should be equal to the asset you own. Remember the dual entry concept which I said I'll explain later. This is what it is. In a dual entry concept, an asset and a liability will match. It appears on the both sides of the equation, and a balance sheet hence must balance. So asset side must be equal to the liability side of your equation. Okay, so we understood the terms asset liabilities, and equity is the third concept, which is the share of the assets owned by the owners of the company after the debt is repaid. So you are the owner of the equity in your startup. If you give part of your company to VC, then he becomes part owner of the company. If you brought in your dad and dad's money into your company, then dad becomes part owner. So whoever, friends, family, members, angels, VCs, if anybody comes and gives you money, they also become part owner of the company and are part equity shareholders of your company. So let's go to the accounting equations of a balance sheet. Assets is equal to liability plus equity. This is the basic equation. For example, as an owner of the company, you brought 1,000 rupees into your company to start the company. How did you bring it? You brought it by cash. So how does the equation look? It looks like this. Equity is up by 1,000 rupees. Cash is up by 1,000 rupees. No liability because you didn't borrow. So this is the equation. So asset 1,000 is equal to equity 1,000. Okay. So the equation is complete. This is how it is. Now, for example, I wanted to buy a computer, but I bought only rupees 100 as my capital. So my 100 in the beginning came in as cash. So that is one equation. Owner's capital 100, cash 100. Okay. But I wanted to buy a computer for 1,000 rupees. So what did I do? I went and borrowed on my credit card. I gave 900 rupees on my credit card and 100 rupees cash which I had, and I bought a computer worth 1,000 rupees. So how does that equation looks like? 100 rupees was my capital which I bought in cash. I gave that 100 which became zero cash later. I bought a computer, so I have an asset of computer of 1,000 rupees, but now I have a loan of 900 rupees. So does that equation balance now? Anybody in the chat? Is it balancing now? You have owner capital 100, loan 900, equal to an asset of computer 1,000, right? Your cash has become zero. Yes, that's the balancing equation. So can you keep making equations like this for everything you do? Supposing I brought owner capital 100. I have a cash of 100, but I paid for T 100. So how does it look? I have as let's say instead of T, let's say I bought a book for 100 for the company. So again, it will become owner's capital 100, cash 0, book 100. So this is how the equation works for every transaction in the company. If you have 10 transactions, you'll have 10 equations like this. If you have 10,000 transactions, you'll have 10,000 equations like this. If you have 1 lakh transactions in your company, you'll have 1 lakh equations like this. So have you all understood what is the equation of a balance sheet? Please say yes. If not, do you want me to explain again? I have a few yeses. So yeah, quite a few yeses. So let me proceed. Yes. So if you have, say, 1 lakh transactions like this, how does it build up? So this all accumulates to a, oh, this is not moving forward. Just a minute, my slide is not moving. So yeah, okay, so these kinds of equations are built every year and every time, and all that equations which you had throughout your year, okay, all that comes into a thing called a balance sheet, okay. So you have your capital, whether you brought it your own money or other investors have come in, all together comes in with liabilities, but this is equity part of capital. Supposing you earn profit during the year, that profit is also added to the equity part of the capital. So on the liability side, if you look, there are the first 3 lines. First says your capital, then says other investors like VC, angels, friends, families. Then it says profit or loss. So these three items put together becomes the equity part of the balance sheet. Okay. So if you make profit, then your capital increases. If you make losses, if you made losses, your capital decreases. So this forms the equity part of your capital. And then if you borrowed loans from banks, you borrowed loans from anybody for more than a year, that comes as a long-term loan. So any loan which is less than 1 year is called short-term loan. And you have credit purchases, so on and so forth, which goes on for that. So let's look at the asset side of the balance sheet. Asset side of the balance sheet is called fixed assets, which will be comprised of your land, your patents, your any machinery which you purchase, fixed assets, so on and so forth. So this is long term, more than 1 year. Then when you look at short term assets, you've got inventory, accounts receivable, cash, etc. So all put together forms the balance sheet. So what is this? Have you all understood? This is the sum total of that basic accounting equation which you saw in the previous slide. But this is a basic one. Nowadays, balance sheets are presented like this, which is called a vertical balance sheet. So this is how it's presented today. You have share capital reserves, which is your equity. You have long-term borrowings, current liabilities, which is short-term borrowings. Then you have assets, which is long-term, tangible, intangible, fixed assets, short-term, current assets. So this forms the balance sheet of the company. So we move on to the next accounting equations, which is revenue minus expense, which works for the net income or loss. So this accounting equation, again, you will have hundreds of them in your startup. You earn revenue. Revenue comes from sales, from interest or any other sources, which is an income into your company. Then you have expenses, which you incur to create that revenue. So if your expenses are less than your revenue, then you're making income. If your expenses are more than your revenue, then you make a loss. It's as simple as that. But when there are thousands of transactions, they all accumulate yourself to make the profit and loss statement of your, this is the statement number 2. Remember, I told you balance sheet is the statement number 1. Profit and loss account is the statement number 2. So this is the sum total of what you earned, what you spent. If your spending is more than your earning, then you're in loss. If your spending is less than your earning, then you're in profit. It's as simple as that. But it can get complicated as we go forward. So this is the simple concept. It summarizes revenue, cost, expenses incurred during the period. It says what's your ability to generate sales, manage expenses, and create profits. But it's based on that accounting principle, which I showed in the earlier slide. Okay. But how does it presented? It is presented like this. You have revenue. For example, you have a revenue of 1,000 rupees per year. And your cost of goods, only the cost of goods and services is 400. Then you're making gross profit. This cost is what is called the direct cost in creating the expenses. It doesn't include administration expenses, selling expenses, so on and so forth. Only the cost of raw material and the labor that went into making this cost goods is called cost of goods and services. So if you minus the cost of goods and services, you get 600 rupees, which is a gross profit. And then you minus the selling and general expenses, you get what is called EBITDA, which is called the cash operating profit. This is a very important element. This is showing what is the actual cash profit you have generated in the company. It's called EBITDA. Then you minus the depreciation, which is the decline in the value of your long-term assets and appreciation. This is not a cash expense. Remember, though you're minusing this, cash is not going out. This 100 rupees doesn't go out of your account. It is still in your company. But EBIT, which is an operating profit, is 300 because you have removed some value for the decline in the value of your asset. Because remember, your asset will last for 7 years, 8 years. So you can't carry the original value in your balance sheet. So you reduce it by, say, 100 rupees every year to reflect the decline in the value of your asset. That decline is taken in profit and loss account as depreciation and amortization. Okay, so if you reduce that, the operating profit is called the EBIT. And if you borrowed money for loans, the interest which is gone is 100 rupees again. That is, after you deduct that, you got earning before tax, which is EBT. You pay taxes to government, you get PAT, which is post-tax income. This is the most important element for any investor or yourself, because finally, after selling 1,000 rupees worth goods, you made only 100 bucks. So how much is that? 10%. Is 10% enough for you? Yes or no? Anybody in the chat box? Okay, so you have to decide whether that's enough for you or not. Okay, you want more money, you have to increase either the selling price or decrease the cost of product. So that was a simple profit and loss I showed you to explain. This is how it looks. It looks pretty complicated, but it's not so difficult. So please go through actual profit and loss statements like this. When you make a report like this, then it's easy to predict, okay, next year I'll sell so much, the year after I'll sell so much. So when you want to go to VCs and present your future plans, this is how you present that I want to sell X number of goods in year 1, Y number of goods in year 2. So hence I make this much PAT in year 1 and this much PAT in year 2. And hence a VC is going to get so much returns. So this report helps you analyze and helps you predict or what you call guess or strategize how you want to do your business. Another thing this report helps you is, do I want to start a new line? Supposing you're a restaurant, currently you're selling only breakfast. Do I start a line for lunch or not? You can do this kind of analysis to see how much I make money, whether I make money by adding a line or not, and then ideate and take it forward. Okay. So third part is what is called cash flow statement. To be successful in business requires mastery in number of skills. Foremost is handling money. Right? So money is like oxygen in any business you need to live. Okay. So cash flow is very important statement. How does a cash cycle work? When you make a sale, a customer pays you and the money comes to your bank account and you end up paying that money to your suppliers. And the same cycle keeps going on. If what your customer pays is more than what you pay for all your expenses, you're making profit. Hence, cash is increasing in your business. Remember, cash increases in your business only when you make profit. If you're making losses, the cash is declining in your business. That aspect is something which cash flow statements tell you. Okay? So cash flow statement summarizes the amount of cash and cash equivalents entering and leaving the company. It complements the balance sheet and income statement. It highlights the cash management, including how well you generate cash in your business. So main components of cash are from 3 areas: operating activities, investing activities, and financing activities. So two methods of calculating cash are direct and indirect method. So how does cash flow from operations occur? So including cash transactions from all operating. So cash from operations includes all transactions from all operating business activities like selling, sales, and expenses are cash from operation. Cash from investing is when you buy fixed assets. And by selling equipment, you make some money. Those are the investing activities. Financing activities is when you take a loan, you pay interest, you pay dividends to people. These are financing activities. The main cash flow, which is important for you as a startup, and not this earlier one is a more difficult one. This one. So as a startup, this cash flow is important to you. And a cash flow projection which estimates the money you expect to flow in and out of your business, including your expense. In your business plan, for example, you will have to predict a cash flow like this. Like how much are you predicting your sales, whether it's monthly or yearly? How much collections of sales are going to happen? And what are the inventory, how much you're spending on the inventory, rent, wages, utilities, so on. This kind of cash flow is happening towards, right? How much loan repayments, taxes, cash inflow, outflow. Right. So, so this is what has to see, you have cash at the beginning of the month, cash at the end of the month. So tomorrow, there'll be a session where there'll be revenue projections, where you learn and understand how to do these things. Okay, usually startups have something called a cash management dashboard, which you can Google and find out how you can use them. Where as soon as you start your laptop, you can have a dashboard like this, which helps you keep on top of your company. So the return on equity, which I explained earlier, is 10% return which you're making. To increase this, you can ideate and find out how I can increase my revenue or decrease my expenses, so that the return on equity figure, which your VC finds very important or which your banker will find very important, you need to understand. Okay. So this is the figure which you're operating. Yeah. So I will take 1 or 2 questions and then conclude my session. This is how your capital dilution in the balance sheet will look like. And going to the last slide.
Enter. TV and remove one.
Okay.
Just remove.
So this is the summing up. I will go ahead and
TV
take
remote.
questions, if any.
TV remote. Going ahead, the next speaker is on.
No, any questions? There's one hand. Yeah, Ganesh, go ahead and ask your question. Yeah, Ganesh, you have a question? Okay. There's one more question. Yeah, yeah, production bio, you can ask your question. Yeah, there's this production bio also.
So it is available. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can buy that.
Okay, right. Yes. Fine. Thank you, Shubha ma'am, for such an elaborate and very important factor of revenue flows and accounting. Plays a crucial part in ensuring the company goes a long way, and sustenance is very important. So hope, dear students, you have great opportunity to listen to CA Subha Ganesh, because she's the one who has completely designed the program of today's lineup of speakers and carefully crafted. Thank you very much, Shubha madam. Indeed, an honor having you at our at FKCCI today. Thank you. So now, next, yeah, madam. Yes, and now I would like to welcome Professor Arun Kumar Kannur, Chief Strategy Officer and Professor of Practice at CMR University, Bangalore. And Sir has 35 years plus blended experience in software and academia. And Sir has MTech, MSc, and PhD in computer science. And also, Sir has been a subject matter expert and earlier worked with Wipro, Logica, Planet Asia, and many other companies, has accepted our invite and also has wide range of experience working in multiple countries in China, Russia, and Thailand. And also, Sir has has organized more than 300 conferences and has been a social entrepreneur. So welcome, Arun Kumar sir, for here we go, dear students. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, as an entrepreneur, once you get the fund and other things, then some questions are being asked to you. Okay, you have to invest, you have to start a company, and then you have to plan. Now, as the student or as a person who wants to be entrepreneur, we'll be coming across a lot of dilemmas. What are the different options available to us? And which one I have to select? And how to select my co-founders? And how I can establish the teams? These are all the dilemmas we are going to have. Next slide. So I will take, I simplify slide by slide. I will not take you. Now, first one will be obviously sole proprietor. Means I don't want to involve anyone. I want to be the owner of my company. And I started most of the the kirana shops and other things are falling into it. I only invest. I borrow from banks. I borrow from my friends whenever need be. If loss happens, I am liable. So my property can be attacked, and whatever money I am having, they can be seen. Means the individual and company. Okay, so
Sir, voice is slightly feeble. If you can be a little bit more audible.
Hello.
Yeah, this is
Is it
better.
fine now? Yeah.
Yeah, this is better.
So, as a sole proprietor company, you will be the single owner. Profit or loss, you have to bear. You are liable if you make a loss. However, you have got a lot of flexibility when to open your shop, when to close your shop. There won't be responsibility like starting EPF accounts and other things. Okay, so you are less reigned by rules and regulations. And when you file your tax under your personal the account only, you are going to file. That is whatever PAN you are going to have. So under that only you are going to file your tax return. So you have got a lot of liability if you make any loss. Only thing which we can appreciate is flexibility. But this is not recommended in the modern days if you are going to scale up or you want to grow, if you want to have protection from the government, all such things. At that time, you go for some other types of things and think that from the sole proprietorship, you are draining off all your income and all your assets also you check it up, all your resources also check, but company is growing. And that time possibly you go for partnership firm. You identify some friends, you identify somebody who can invest. As far as rules and regulations which you need to follow are very simple. You are going for some partnership agreement. You may register it, sometimes you may not register it. You run the show. And profit and loss, the partners are liable. Means your assets can be seized if your firm is going to make a loss. Means here also the risk is more, because if you make a loss, your families may suffer a lot. This is also not then you move up to the next part, that is a limited liability partnership. So in case of limited liability partnership, you are going to establish the first partnership agreement you have to arrive at. Minimum 2 partners should be there to register a company as LLP, minimum 2 partners. The partners themselves will be the owners. And then you have to obtain digital partnership identification number from the Ministry of the Corporate Affairs. Then you have to register your firm with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And you are going to have the company name. Here, the documentation, the starting the company is very simple. Then managing the company will be done by the partners. Partners themselves are owners. Both ownership as well as managing the company is with the partners only here. And if a company is not doing well, then in the partnership agreement, whatever terms and the investment and other things you have made individually, so you are liable only for that. Your assets, personal assets like home or vehicle, all such things will not be seized. Only how much investment partners are making, that capital, that much liability will be with you. So because of LLP, you are the safeguarded from seizure of your personal assets and other things. Here documentation is less. Starting the company is simple. Managing the company is simple. You can conduct monthly meetings or quarterly meetings or half yearly or annually according to your wish and will, which is not mandatory. And up to 1 crore rupees turnover, you have to pay 30% flat the income tax. Above 1 crore, then you have to pay 12% cess. And as I mentioned, the partnerships and owners are the same. But the problem here is, if the company is growing, you want some external investor or you want foreign investor. At that time, in case of the limited liability partnership, it's quite difficult to raise the money. Whoever are interested in investing, they also have to become the partners. How many partners you can have? There is an unlimited number of partners. There is no upper restriction here. You can have as many as possible. But there won't be any separate investors. If anybody wants to be in the LLP, they must become the partners. And whatever the management and ownership, there is no difference. They only have to manage the company. The only advantage with this one is starting the company is easy. If minimum 2 partners should be there, but if one partner quits, only one partner is remaining, the company will be considered as diluted or defunct. So that is what we are working here. And now in case of limited liability, as I mentioned,
getting investment is quite difficult. Okay, but filing the tax and everything you have to do. And the up to
So
turnover
there's a
of
slight issue with the audio.
yeah. Hello,
Yeah, now it's fine.
is it possible? Is it clear? Just
Yeah.
a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. Is it fine now? Hello.
Yes, sir, it's fine now.
Yeah. So up to 40 lakh, the turnover, or 25 lakh, the capital, conducting audit is not mandatory. There is no need for you to conduct the audit here. So in LLP, starting is easy. Minimum 2 partners should be there. But involving only shareholders which do not want to be the partners, but they want only the investment is not possible here. And if you want to get some foreign investment, then you have to get the special permission and clearance from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and then you have to proceed. Directly, you cannot take a foreign direct investment in LLP. So as I mentioned, if only one partner remains, another quits, the company is automatically not existing. So the next one is as far as liability is concerned, how much you are actually investing, only that much in case of extreme conditions of loss and other things will be seized, not anything else. From there, we move into the private limited company, which is quite old, which is the under registration, the Registration of Companies Act 2013, we can establish this. So here, the directors are different who are managing the company. 2 directors shall be there to start. And there can be shareholders or investors. Here, who are managing the company and who are going to be the shareholders need not be the same. They need not be the same. So you are going to have the directors who are going to manage the company, and you are going to have the shareholders. Many times there can be shareholders who don't want to reveal their names. There can be one representative who is going to have many shareholders with him. That particular company will be actually representing a group of shareholders who do not want to reveal their names. So that is possible in private limited company. And you can actually up to 200 people, you can actually take the people into your company formation as a shareholders. But publicly in the newspaper and other things or through advertisement, so I am looking for people who can come and invest like that, you cannot publish here. So you cannot invite the public to invest. That's the restriction here, up to 200 people. And as far as the directors are concerned, minimum 2 directors to start the company, and digital identification number shall be taken. Then you should have memorandum of articles. Then you should have association of articles. So those are actually public documents. Anybody can actually pay particular fees and they can obtain. So that in case of a private limited company, you can invite the foreign direct investors to invest directly. There is no need for you to actually take the separate permission. There is no need for you to seek the separate permission.
Mr. Arun Kumar?
Yeah.
We have a question here.
Yeah.
What are the qualities we have to look for in a co-founder?
That is the next it is
How do
coming.
you select? How do you select?
Yeah.
So-
So the overall, my sessions are having two parts.
Yeah.
One is about the company. Second one is how to select the co-founders and teams and other things.
Go to that part first.
So first I'm covering if you go back to the slides, go back. Hello. No, first.
Shall we cover that? Yeah. Shall we cover how to select co-founders first, sir?
Okay.
Then if we have time, we'll go to this part.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Overall thing is when we want to have any co-founders, actually, it is based on our need. First one is what is the capital need for us? First, we have to check it. Second thing is, as far as my personal experience is concerned, always you have to go for diligence check. For example, let us say the student is coming with wonderful idea. Some other opportunistic business person is seeing the idea and with a lucrative and wonderful attractive words. So he convinces him and brings the part of it, and he's the greedy person, and he may actually become the part later. Using all different techniques, he may take away the overall assets and other things created by the person. So what I want to say is while selecting the co-founders, please go back one slide. First one is you have to think about who are reliable, and you have to go for backward check, the background check of the person. And you have to, if the person is saying that I want to invest this much, then at that time, you have to collect his legal documents like Aadhaar card, where does he stay, and you have to collect some other additional information. As much as possible, diligence check you have to do. It's always without diligence check, without having clear-cut knowledge about the person, don't try to involve and make somebody as co-founder with you. Because one of the things what I want to say is when you want to establish the company, the most of the youngsters will be in hurry. So if somebody is saying that I want to invest and blindly they go ahead in the form of enthusiasm. So I want to warn you, don't rush. You have to collect all the documents and you have to ask the co-founder if possible to provide his overall income tax returns, Aadhaar card, PAN card, address check, and also as much as possible, other diligence check you have to make. Without diligence check, do not proceed to the co-founder. Second thing is to manage the company, you require different roles. One is a very strong marketing. Second one is finance related person who is very strong in finance. And third one is operation person. The fourth one is facility and the management. Operation and facility, many times we combine together. Then we require the other people like a program manager or project managers. All these people we require. When you establish a new company, I mean, don't try to create the structure and do the business. As much as possible, the few people have to manage multiple roles based on the see. Always form the company. I'm giving you practical tips. So as much as possible, you have to combine the role. For example, let us say finance person, is he capable enough to do finance management? I mean, is he capable enough to do operations admin? Like that, you have to check it up. When the company is small, the same people have to play multiple roles. And when the company becomes the larger and larger, you have to start putting the structure, beautiful structure. And you have to go for the functional structure, organizational structure. And when you want to recruit the people, because now company is requiring more specialized people, you should have recruitment plan and how much money you are going to invest for different roles, and or the if you have to negotiate what is the budget allocated for each of these recruitments, and you have to clearly define the job, for what job you are going to hire. And then always believe that hire for attitude and train for skills, because running a company is always a team game. If ego starts playing a very crucial role, system may collapse. So hire for attitude, train for skills. Once you bring the person in, he has to always good to have some induction program. So what type of induction program you can conduct? You have to define what is the vision of your company. So there are vision in small companies many times earlier, one single person used to drive it. But in modern days, shared vision concept has come. More and more brainstorming to bring in all the people together, and then taking their views, then arriving at the vision. Vision is a hypothetical, futuristic, possible the statement which is going to drive us. But to reach this vision statement, which is hypothetical, which is going to inspire us and align to our aspiration, we have to have mission. Mission is a very short term. And how quickly we are going to achieve that mission, we are going to have set of objectives. These are the objectives that need to be full. For example, mission can be 1 year mission, or it can be 3 months mission, or it can be project related mission. We have to have that. To achieve it, we have to align all the resources to achieve the mission. So as we go on achieving missions after missions, then together cumulative impact will be, we start moving towards the vision, stage by stage, stage by stage. But when you are doing it, all the things must be aligned ethically and based on through core values of the organization. So what are the core values which are going to bind all the people to go beyond their diversity, and which is going to bring them in to deliver? So that is what the core values is speaking about. We have to train the people on this. What are our visions? What is our mission? What are our objectives? What are the short term? What are the long term objectives? Like this, based on the organization structure and function structure, we have to create the job description, we have to hire the people, and we have to train them. So in all these things, do not ignore background check, because many times the person who is going to take the interview through some online may not be the same person who is joining your company. Because of that, from their qualification angle, from all the aspects, you must go for background check. So once you do these things, so then you are going to have the right people in the place. But as the company grows, when the company is small, always ensure that there should be seamless communication, and there should be group activities, and there should be mission oriented mindset. But as the company becomes larger and larger, you should become more and more process centric. Next slide, please. So when you go for the larger and larger and we become at that time, so your workforce model of the organization development should be very strong. So you may have to use the SWOT analysis. Then you have to use Deming's plan, do, study, and act. And you have to look at how you are going to make the group and teams work together, and how individual is aligning to the team or the group, team is actually a very rigid composition with a solid purpose and scope. As far as the group is concerned, based on the need, we form the group temporarily. As soon as the particular thing has been addressed, we remove it. So compared to the team, group is having a lesser time, and it is most of the time need based and need driven.
Mr.
So yeah,
Yeah, the time's up. Shall we wrap it up or?
okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have any questions from audience? We'll just see, and if any questions are there, we will answer them. Questions? In the gallery? Left. Just see gallery.
Wow. Left. Yeah.
Press that, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Sir.
Yeah.
Extremely sorry for interrupting, as we have the next segment. So thank you so much for taking your time, and we will definitely interact with you for further mentorship programs.
Thank you.
And we have had extensive participation from all your students, and slides have given the information on like the co-founders and the vision mission programs. So thank you very much, sir, for being with us. And we will definitely stay connected, and we need your suggestions and guidance for further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next. Oh, no, Nagaraj. Yes.
Yeah, students, our next speaker is a past Manthan winner who would like to share his journey after and before winning the award. He is Mr. Shaman Somsekhar. He is from the College of Agriculture. He's done his honors from the College of Agriculture, University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad. He's an exchange student with Tampere University of Applied Sciences in Pirakanna, Finland in Europe. He founded and started a company called Kodo Plant Nursery Solutions. His idea was what is called Crore Cob, where he created a cocoa pit with the help of corn cob, which saved a lot of environmental pollution, and created cocoa pit in the corn cob pit in the form of cocoa pit, which was less expensive than cocoa pit. Therefore, it was beneficial, and the customers got their product at a lower cost. So with this double benefit, he was the winner of Manthan 2022. So I welcome Shaman to speak to you. Over to you, Shaman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ namaste. Good evening to everyone. So, I hope everybody understands Kannada. Like most of the participants are from Karnataka itself. I would like to communicate in Kannada itself. Is it okay, madam? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Shaman. Most of them are from Karnataka and understand Kannada. Kindly go ahead. All the best.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶಮಂತ್ ಅಂತ, ಶಮನ್ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್. ಸೊ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದೆ.
1 minute. Shaman, 1 minute. There are participants who don't understand, so you can merge in between, please.
Okay, sure. Thank you for the input, sir.
Right.
Okay. So, yeah, my name is Shamant, as madam introduced me. I completed my graduation from Harvard Agriculture University, and I was an exchange student and all those things madam had told. So, coming to major point of the meeting, I was told to tell you about my journey. How was the month and helped me? How was the present status of my startup and everything? So first of all, I thank you everyone for attending this, because this thing is an opportunity nobody gets. If you are getting to attend this meeting, you are already one step ahead of everyone. So always think something positive will be happening in your life. Okay, coming to my journey, it all started in 2021. It was the Manthan's 13th edition. In the 13th edition, I was actually one of my uh, classmate showed me this pamphlet from the like the display board of my university. I thought something would be there. We cannot go to Bengaluru, and also it is not possible for us to go to Bengaluru and all those things. Then one of my professor told me, actually he was my mentor in the later on period. He told me, let's apply and see what happens. So we applied for that in the 13th edition, and we did attend the workshops and all. And in that we are not that much um, like attentive, and we were like just a small, just a thing we have to do this, so we are doing this like that. That was the mindset of in the 13th edition. So we attended the workshop and everything, and in that I learned one thing, because many of the teams over there were so much keen in developing their startups. By seeing them, I learned that why I cannot start a thing, why I have an idea, and it is also a good thing to start up in a college itself, because you will be having a backup, and also for you won't be having that much stress in the college itself. So in the 13th edition, we got into the top 10, and the things happened like that. And in the next year, the 14th edition, the one in which I got the first place, I took all the inputs that was shown me in the 13th edition. Then I completely understood what is required for the competition, how the startups are actually they are like building blocks. You have to arrange the things everywhere. All the things, whatever the thing you do, everything is gameable. Only thing is you have to arrange the things in a proper way. So where do you learn all these things? Here comes the FKCCI Manthan team. So you have all the building blocks with you. You have all the things, whatever the things you want, everything is with you. But only thing is you don't know how to arrange the thing. Only the mentors of FKCCI. I really thank whoever the part of the FKCCI and all the mentors and all the jury members, everybody, because they taught me in all the workshops how to.
Shamant, if you can share your the product, what you had, and your experience post Manthan.
Yes, sir. So as I was studying, all the mentors helped me in building the startup from there. Then after winning the FKCCI 14th edition, I took all the inputs from the mentors, and then we started our production and everything. So coming to what we do in our startup is we actually produce a cockpit which is similar to cockpit. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನರ್ಸರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿ ಈ ನರ್ಸರಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ನರ್ಸರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪಾಟ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಮಣ್ಣು ತರ ತುಂಬಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಕಲರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಬ್ರೌನ್ ಕಲರ್ದು ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪೌಂಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ದ ಕೋಕೋಪಿಟ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕೋಕೋನಟ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಮೇಡ್ ಈಸ್ ವಿ ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಮೇಸ್ ಡಿಹಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ shank. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜೋಳದ ತೆನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ after removing all the seeds from the like the maize cob, there is a white part left over there. That is the shank. We used that and we pulverized it and we powdered it with suitable chemical treatments and everything. We came up with the compound or the product which is exactly similar to the cockpit. And other thing is it was way much lighter, and it was easy for the logistics, and it was easy to produce also, because the cocoa peat takes some 3 months to produce from the coconut shell till the product. But here we can produce it in a mere of like 10 to 15 days. That was the edge we had in our product, and also the logistics. So this was the brief about our product. In every stage of the product, from production till the marketing, we learned many things, majorly from the FKCCI. If I didn't attend the FKCCI, I think I would have left that idea itself in the college itself, and nothing would have happened in my life like that. So this was next, coming to the workshops. Why you should attend the workshops? Because these are the as of in the 13th edition, as I know, I also same I just log on to the Zoom meet and just put my phone over there and listen whatever the thing they say. I didn't look at everything in a serious manner, but in the 14th edition, I took everything in a serious and note down everything, and I implementing all those things what I wrote down over there. Now it's now also, because these are like all-time values. Because to learn all these things, you have to pay a hefty price in the outer markets. So this is the importance of the workshops. Please do attend the workshops also. Then communicate with the mentors. If you are assigned with the mentors, or in the future, if you are going to be, communicate what you are doing, how much, like what is the stage you are at, what next you have to be done. So communicate whatever the thing you have, what are the problems, or whatever the thing you are doing, what next has to be done. All those things you have to communicate with your mentors, and then I think they will help you in a far better manner. So at the end, I would like to say the FKCCI Manthan, it made a huge impact on my life also, and also on my startup. It was like an exponential growth for me after attending the FKCCI Manthan, and also with the input, all the inputs I got from the Manthan. So this was the major experience I had. And I would also like, if any participants are willing to ask any questions, because I'm just like 1 or 2 years older than you or younger than you. If anybody want to ask anything, I'm open for the questions. So thank you, madam, for the opportunity.
Yeah. President.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shamant. I'm sure
Thank you, sir.
Manthan has given that confidence and your journey as an entrepreneur ahead. And we
Yes, sir.
wish you all the best. And you should always be, supportive and kind enough to, support your fellow the participants who are coming now. And also further ahead, we will give you an opportunity to present about your product. We have another, we had few days back, Nirnal, Niranjan, who is the founder of the water filter, a portable handy water filter, who came and visited us recently. So it is nice, being from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, you have the kind of drive for yourself, and you want to be courageous enough, and keeping that constant motivation for yourself and sustaining that idea. So that's the learning for all our students. So dear students, I hope today's event has been a great different learning experience. So we've had wonderful speakers. Would like to thank Mr. Anindya Sen Gupta, who was our first speaker, who spoke on viability of your idea. And second one was Mr. Prashanta Sheth, who spoke on product market fit. And again, we had Mr. Shiv Shankar, who spoke on building your business plan, the pitch deck. We had Madam C.A. Subha Ganesh, who spoke on the accounting part of it. Then we had Mr. Arun Kumar, who spoke on teams and co-founders. And now we had Mr. Shamant. So thank you all the speakers for making some time and ensuring the upcoming entrepreneurs have a great learning experience. So likewise, tomorrow we have a wonderful lineup again. Dear students, it is very important for you to undergo this knowledge workshop your concentration, your time for these workshops will definitely, because these are lifetime experiences, and these kind of knowledge, you won't be able to witness it during your academic course. So FKCCI brings that kind of profoundness in value creation. So all of us here are who are part of the committee and the president are all entrepreneurs, but we are working for the association to to promote entrepreneurship. So with this, even throughout the whole day, this will be a preparatory process for Elevate. So I hope you're all aware of Government of Karnataka's Elevate program, which promotes entrepreneurship, and there are many more platforms where your ideas can be pitched in. And today, India is being a startup hub, and again, access to funds is phenomenal. So it is just that, the drive what you have and sustaining your idea and coming out with, various platforms. Today, you've had many people, many students spoke about, business in fast food, and then they had, prototype in terms of, dustbin and many other, however the idea is, your ideas will definitely get better. So all of you, please keep the spirit along, and you will have tomorrow also. You have wonderful lineup. Please stay tuned and join us again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. And please, if you have classes too, please request your institution heads. We've also made a request from my FKCCI. Be part of the whole knowledge workshop tomorrow again. So with this, I would like to thank all of you all for being part, and we will again meet tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So kindly stay tuned. Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
You have to click end.